The Patriots scoring back from 28-3 and win it 34-28 in overtime. And then Quinn managing this Dallas defense for his team against Jones and the Patriots over first down. They ran so well against them late in that fourth quarter. And they try to rekindle that with Harris picking up another 5.
Yeah, that's a great punch. That's McDaniels versus Quinn back then. Yeah. This Quinn's defense, even though he's the head coach. But Quinn, he took a hard look at himself and their system, right? That Seattle system that everyone been used in the league. He caught up. He's changed. When you put the tape on, he's matched way more. It's not zone drops. He has people next to people. They want to be attached to your hip, and they've done an outstanding job of that. Right now, they need to because it's
Been waiting all day for NFL Sunday Night Football with the Seattle Seahawks and Pittsburgh Steelers, but in the meantime, we are currently in overtime with the Dallas Cowboys, New England Patriots all tied up at 29. Right now, New England with a 3rd and 3, 8.5 to play. As we just began overtime, had a first down, a 5-yard run, and then a 2-yard run to set up this 3rd and 3 for the Mac Jones-led 2-3 New England Patriots as they're hosting the 4-1 Dallas Cowboys, who are on a 4-game winning streak on the road. Incomplete. New England will punt. Cowboys, as New England won the toss, of course, elected to defer because if you score a touchdown on the opening drive in OT in the NFL, you win. Now the next score will win, with Dallas forcing a 3-and-out. A field goal will win it. Of course, touchdown will as well. Next score in general wins this game as New England punts it away. It'll be Cowboys football 1st and 10 from the 20. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia of Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Thank you for tuning in and listening. We will get to Sunday Night Football here in about a half hour or so with the Seahawks and Steelers. But on a little earlier than expected, of course, with Dallas, New England going to overtime. This is the final Sunday afternoon game of the day. 1st and 10. Prescott going to hand off to Ezekiel Elliott, about a yard or so for him on that give. Next score wins it. As mentioned, New England won the toss, elected to receive. Dallas, as Zeke is a little slow to get up, and now he's going to actually come off for a play. 2nd and 9 for the boys. Nice defensive stand. Now, of course, as mentioned, next score will win this game. And then we'll get to prime time. Empty set 5 wide. Prescott going to avoid a sack. Pass going to be caught at the 36 by 88 C.D. Lamb. So 1st and 10 for the Dallas Cowboys as they face New England Patriots for the first time in almost 2 years. Last time they played against New England was November of 2019, losing to Brady and the Pats by a final score that day, the Sunday before Thanksgiving, 13-9. This game back and forth in the fourth quarter. We got a late whistle as play clock winds down. 1st and 10, and we're going to have a Dallas Cowboy timeout, so they'll have 1 remaining. As, of course, both teams in overtime period will each receive, as they did, 2 timeouts. So hopefully this game does not end in a tie. We had an overtime game earlier in Charlotte with the Carolina Panthers and Minnesota Vikings, as the Vikings won on the road, as Carolina's now lost 3 in a row after starting 3-3. We'll get to NFL standings now tomorrow night during Monday Night Football, so be sure to tune back in from those live watch-along reactions live right here on the YouTube channel with Buffalo and Tennessee as the Bills will be in Music City taking on the Titans. After the timeout, 1st and 10, pass caught near side, as that is Dalton Schultz, 86 on the reception. About a 5-yard pickup. It'll be 2nd and medium, 2nd and 4 officially, so they gave him 6. Zerline starting to warm up on the sideline. All they need to do is get him in field goal range. Hell, we already saw a game winner earlier this morning across the pond in London with the Jaguars picking up the first one of the year. First one actually since week 1 of last season, snapping a 20-game losing streak as they defeated the Miami Dolphins. Second overtime game of the day, as mentioned as well. Pass over the middle complete to Amari Cooper. The 1st and 10, Cowboys at midfield. 5:35 to play in overtime. We've had at least one overtime game each week of the 2021 biggest NFL season ever here this fall, which is now a new NFL record. 1st and 10, officially from the 49. Dak under center, going to hand off Tony Pollard and TP to the 42 for about a pickup of 7. It'll be 2nd and short here. They're just continuing to run this football. Get Zerline in field goal range. They're right on the outside looking in right now. See what Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore have up their sleeve. Next score wins in overtime here. 4:44 to play. As mentioned, hopefully this game does not end in a tie. Zerline has missed a few kicks this afternoon. As mentioned, this as Prescott hits CeeDee Lamb on a bubble screen near side. 1st down and 10 at the 35-yard line. They're going to move the sticks. This game, at least in the 4th quarter, as it was a 14-10 Patriot lead at the half. Second half, especially the 4th quarter, back and forth, crazy. What defense, of course, bends but doesn't break. Nobody wanted to give in. Hence why we're in overtime. Prescott, pass, wide open, and CeeDee Lamb's going to walk into the end zone for a touchdown, and the Dallas Cowboys are going to win it at New England and defeat the Patriots by a final score of 35-29. So they're not even going to have to settle for a field goal. Prescott from about 35 yards out finds CeeDee Lamb for the game-winning passing touchdown, and Dallas wins their 5th in a row, 5-1 now on the season. Of course, they lost Week 1 to open the season for the whole NFL, including themselves, of course, on Thursday night at Tampa Bay. Post-game handshake with Belichick and McCarthy. What a game. What a game. Especially this Week 6 for the National Football League. A lot of blowouts this afternoon. A few close games, of course, 2 overtime thrillers. Dolphins-Jags came down to the wire in London on a game-winning kick as well. Game-winning passing touchdown in 2 overtime games as Kirk Cousins, along with Dak Prescott now, threw game-winning passing touchdowns in OT on the road, I might add, as well, to pick up wins. So the Jones get the best of the Crafts, and Big Dak, he'll be eating Burger King tonight. Hell, why not eat McDonald's? Just got the best of Big Mac, Mac Jones himself, and Belichick and the Patriots. So Dallas with a big road win at New England, 35-29 in overtime. About 10 minutes away from the top of the hour. We'll switch over to NBC here in a moment. And as mentioned, we've been waiting all day for Sunday night, for NFL Sunday Night Football from Heinz Field in the Steel City, as the Pittsburgh Steelers will host the Seattle Seahawks, as kickoff is about 30 minutes away. So once again, thank you for tuning in and listening, as we'll go from CBS to Fox just to make sure. Of course, I know there's not any games on as that was the final Sunday afternoon game on this week 6 before Sunday night and Monday night to come tonight and tomorrow night as well. But for the most part, all right week 6 here in the National Football League. All began on Thursday night with the Buccaneers defeating the Eagles on the road 28-22. Once again, a lot of games coming down to the wire. I know I've said for the most part, they've all been in prime time, whether it's been Thursday, Sunday, Monday night, but now we're getting some Sunday afternoon games, whether, of course, 4:30 kicks, also coming down the wire, and whether or not they're going to overtime or not. Of course, some teams are winning and the others losing. You win some, you lose some. It's, of course, just one game, but in a game like this, it does matter, because really all anybody ever remembers if you won or lost anyway. But in a game like this, that, because it's cross-conference, it's, of course, AFC, NFC. Actually, this Seahawks-Steelers game later on tonight, coming up on NBC, as we're on that channel now, switching over from CBS, and the overtime conclusion of Dallas, New England, with Cowboys just picking up the winner, just now tuning in. With, of course, the expanded regular season, the biggest NFL season ever in history. 18 weeks, 17 regular season games, of course, before the expanded playoffs return as well, come mid-January. With the Super Bowl now getting pushed back another week to mid-February on Sunday, February the 13th. Valentine's Day weekend. This Seahawks-Steelers game is that add-in crossover AFC-NFC matchup, and Pittsburgh sort of lucks out for one, getting this game at home on a Sunday night in prime time with Mike Tirico and Chris Collinsworth on the call. Al Michaels said last week he would not be in the Steel City. I don't know why, but it'll be Tirico and Collinsworth along with Michelle Tafoya on the call this evening, following, of course, Carrie Underwood's entrance. But Pittsburgh also going to be facing Seattle without Russell Wilson. We'll get more into that in a minute. But this NFL Week 6, as mentioned, a few games close for the most part, more blowouts than we've seen as a whole in general this season, which eventually, yeah, we knew this was probably going to happen, just a matter of when. It was today. As mentioned, Week 6 began, and we'll continue to recap coming up at halftime as well. First half stats and scores from this Seattle-Pittsburgh matchup on Sunday Night Football, along with a look around the league as well. But, yeah, Tampa defeated Philly on Thursday night by 6, so that's a close one. This morning, Jacksonville on a game-winning 53-yarder defeated Miami by 3, 23-20. Of course, 2 overtime thrillers, 34-28 Minnesota over Carolina, and then 35-29 Dallas and New England. So scores very similar there. A few 34-24 games as well. But for the most part, more blowouts than we've seen thus far this NFL season. But still a few close games here come down to the wire. You win some, you lose some. It is just one game, but at the same time, all anybody ever remembers at the end of it is whether you won or lost. So this shouldn't factor into the standings much. Of course, with Dallas in the NFC East picking up the win, they'll stay put atop that. Of course, earlier today, as the Giants are on a bye this week, as the Jets are also on a bye this week as well in the AFC East. Philly, of course, lost on Thursday night. Washington also lost at home earlier this afternoon as well. So Dallas, the NFC East is going to be theirs to lose. I don't know how their schedule looks moving forward. I guess we could take a look at that right now. Dallas actually going to be off next week before they go to Minnesota. So both teams who won in overtime on the road today will meet in the land of 10,000 lakes in 2 weeks' time on Halloween night. I'll have live watch-along reactions that night as well. Earlier in the day, Steelers in Cleveland taking on the Browns. As the Steelers will be on a bye week next week as well. And then go to Cleveland on Halloween. We'll see if Baker Mayfield will be giving out any nachos and cheese by any means. But, yeah, Dallas, Minnesota in 2 weeks' time. So that'll be Sunday Night Football. Live watch-along reactions. I look at my schedule that day on Halloween. It'll be Steelers, Browns, along with Cowboys, Vikings. Before they get into November here, the Dallas Cowboys, really, they should be at home, both the Broncos and Falcons, I would think. And then they go to Kansas City right before Thanksgiving and then host the Raiders on Thanksgiving afternoon before getting, of course, into December. Of course, bye weeks continuing as they started just this week. A few teams on a bye, but yeah, with Dallas picking up a big overtime road win against the Patriots, who have still not won at home this year, I might add, as they fall to 2-4 with wins at Houston, of course, last week, and at the Jets about a month or so ago now. As their 4 losses, yes, all at home. Lost to the Dolphins, lost to the Saints, lost to the Buccaneers, and lost to the Cowboys. So yes, the NFC East will be Dallas's to lose. And then AFC East-wise here, so look at standings there. We'll get more into the overall standings tomorrow night, as mentioned. Buffalo plays tomorrow night. That's really their division to lose as well right now, because both the Jets and Dolphins have 1 apiece, and then the Patriots just lost again. So we'll see how, of course, all these games play out. That's why I play them. It's not decided on paper, decided on the field. That's why I play the games. You know, we can hypothetically predict, hey, this team's going to win this game, this team's going to win that game, blah, 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 go from there. But as much as we think we know everything, we don't. But I'll leave it at that for the time being. But for the most part, as we hit the top of the hour here, we'll have kickoff about 20 minutes or so with the Seahawks and Steelers once again here. Been an average, below average week compared to the first month of the season for the NFL. Still, you know, of course, a few good games coming down to the wire. I feel like the game we just witnessed with Dallas winning on the road in overtime, that, I mean, other than how crazy the finish was, at least in the second half, with Miami-Jacksonville earlier in London from Tottenham Stadium, this Cowboy-Patriot game, arguably on paper right now, just with how everything else shaked out, probably the best game of the week. But we still got 2 more games to be played, with Seattle and Pittsburgh and Buffalo and Tennessee tomorrow night, Monday Night Football. Hopefully tonight, though, unlike last week, we don't have another hour, 15-minute weather delay at halftime. Weather shouldn't be a factor here in Western PA, with the Black and Gold Steelers hosting the Seahawks in a Super Bowl 40 rematch. These 2 teams, actually just as Dallas played at New England 2 years ago. Seattle last played in Pittsburgh 2 years ago as well. That was the game Big Ben Roethlisberger went down with a season-ending injury. And, of course, Pittsburgh missed out on the playoffs before starting last year. 11-0, of course, losing 5 of 6. Now the Steelers at 2-3, looking to get to 500 at 3-3 with the bye week next week before heading to Cleveland on Halloween afternoon, and then hosting the Bears on a Monday night early November. But it is alumni weekend for the Pittsburgh Steelers, as Bill Cowher, Troy Malu, Alan Faneca, and Donnie Shell will all receive their Hall of Fame rings at halftime, as they are the newest enshrinees into the NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame from Canton, Ohio. Be sure to go check out my NFL Draft and Pro Football Hall of Fame vlog, as I had the honor to attend both this past spring. Video is right here on the channel. Be sure to go check it out. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke in 96. Thank you for tuning in and listening to my NFL Seahawks Steelers live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The thumbs up button. Share, hashtag NFL, hashtag Seahawks, hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. Do so the red subscribe button, little notification bell next to it. As well as the easiest way to stay up to date is on social media. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and subscribe right here on YouTube. Once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. So, Football Night in America about to wrap up. They'll continue with some highlights from these earlier games, as we have 2 more games remaining here this week 6 in the 2021 NFL campaign. As always, though, coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores from this first half with Seattle and Pittsburgh, along with taking a look around what happened in the rest of the NFL. This afternoon, we'll also preview Week 7 when we get to it as well. And then because there was no college football live watch-along reaction stream yesterday, with the Penn State Lions having a bye week before returning now this upcoming Saturday for homecoming on October the 23rd in their Generations of Greatness matchup against the Fighting Illini of Illinois. We will recap college football from yesterday and also preview next week. We'll save the discussion on USC and LSU football, on who they should hire, who are potential candidates for their head coaching gigs. Of course, following USC's firing Clay Helton last month. Still haven't got around to discussing that. And then, of course, earlier today, actually right after I ended the stream earlier with Dolphins-Jaguars from London, news broke that LSU and Ed Orgeron are going to part ways at the end of the season. So we'll discuss college football, along with, of course, NFL Week 6 and preview Week 7 coming up at the half. But we'll save USC, LSU head coaching carousel discussion for next week during the Illinois Penn State live watch-along reaction stream. So be sure to tune in then this upcoming Saturday on the 23rd, as that'll be the next college football stream live right here on the channel. But thank you for tuning in this evening and watching. Currently listening, audio only, of course, some live watch-along reactions here. NFL Sunday Night Football with Seahawks Steelers. Tomorrow night as well, NFL Monday Night Football with the Bills and Titans, with WWE Monday Night Raw. WWE Crown Jewel this upcoming Thursday at noon Eastern Time. Be sure to tune in to watch those live watch-along reactions as well. And then, of course, with the Steelers having a bye week next week, we'll see what NFL game or games, plural with an S at the end, we have live watch-along reactions for in a week's time, as Week 7 will actually begin this upcoming Thursday, as always, on Thursday Night Football with the Broncos and Browns, as both teams are coming off of home losses, so both going to be on a short week for Thursday Night Football. But as always, coming up with half, first half stats and scores from Seahawks Steelers here tonight on Sunday Night Football. Take a look around the rest of the NFL. We'll recap Week 6 here from the National Football League as well. Preview next week, Week 7. Recap college football from yesterday. Preview next week 2. And then NFL standings, along with the new College Football AP Top 25 poll, as well as the College Football Playoff rankings will be released for the first time over the next few weeks, too. We'll take a look at all the standings tomorrow, and then also, as mentioned, discuss the coaching carousel in the world of football next week. So thank you for tuning in this evening. We'll have kickoff here coming up momentarily with the Seahawks and Steelers on Sunday Night Football, as the bottom ticker, of course, showing some final scores from earlier. We'll get to those at halftime. We see some highlights as well. This from Dallas, New England, which we saw the conclusion of in overtime. Of course, as mentioned, started the stream a little earlier than expected. I was, for the most part, probably going to start it around this time, so an extra half hour of content for everybody currently listening. And once again, thank you, always greatly appreciated. But yes, now tonight on Sunday Night Football from Heinz Field in the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We've been waiting all day for Sunday night, and we'll have Carrie Underwood kick it off here shortly, as right now, Pro Football Talk about ready to wrap up. Maria Taylor filling in for Mike Tirico because Tirico is filling in for Al Michaels on the call tonight. Of course, there's Tony Dungy and Drew Brees as well. Chris Sims, Mike Florio with some inside info. But this Seahawks-Steeler Super Bowl 40 rematch is in prime time, coming up in a matter of minutes. The Seahawks will be without Russell Wilson, as his 149 start streak will come to an end. It is the first time since the start of the 2012 season. Yes, that is almost one full decade, 10 years, technically 9. Come next fall, it'll be one full decade, 2012 to 2022. Yes, I went to school. I can do math. Hopefully you can as well. So, in his absence, Geno Smith will start. Seahawks on the road in primetime. They're going to play 3 straight primetime games. They played at home last Thursday night, lost to the Rams. Now at Pittsburgh this evening, taking on the Steelers. And then also we'll be playing the Saints next Monday night as they go over the picks. Seahawks, Steelers, as America 52% taking Seattle. And then it's across the board, other than Maria Taylor, along with Drew Brees, it is Pittsburgh Steelers. It's a sort of split. Let me know in the comments below who you have winning. Also vote on the poll on social media, Facebook and Twitter. Let me know who you have winning, Seattle and Pittsburgh, Seahawks, Steelers, this Sunday night football matchup from the Steel City. But yes, for the first time in nearly a decade, Russell Wilson started as a rookie, his first game, week 1. Go back 2012. If everybody remembers Fail Mary on a Monday night with Seattle hosting Green Bay, it's that season, okay? Since that year, a few weeks prior to that actually, because 2011 was Wilson's final year in college, of course, after transferring from NC State, won a Big Ten championship and a Rose Bowl with the Wisconsin Badgers. His 149 start streak comes to an end this evening because of a hand injury, a middle finger injury on his throwing hand that required surgery. Russell Wilson is now on IR. So as mentioned, who gets to start? Well, it's former second-round pick out of West Virginia, current Seahawk in number 7, Geno Smith. Chris Carson and Rashad Penny also out for the Seahawks this evening as well in the backfield. So Alex Collins will start at running back. However, for the Pittsburgh Steelers, yes, I know Juju Smith-Schuster is also now injured and done for the season, having shoulder surgery after suffering an injury last week at home against the Denver Broncos. Steelers, of course, without him now for the remaining part of the year. If he does come back, it won't be until late January, early February, if Pittsburgh's still going in the playoffs at that point in time. So knock on wood. Of course, we'll see how everything plays out. But Pittsburgh still has Deontay Johnson. Pittsburgh still has Chase Claypool. Pittsburgh still has James Washington. Barry McLeod also in the return game. Look for special teams to step up this evening. Of course, Pittsburgh Steeler defense, just continue playing Steeler defense. Maybe get a turnover onto, of course, you're in prime time at home for the first time since the Browns playoff loss this past January. And we all know how that game started. And, of course, finished with Pittsburgh last year, starting 11-0 and then losing 5-6, but getting blown out in the process against Cleveland at home in the playoffs. But now, we'll hand it over to the former American Idol winner, as we've been waiting all day for Sunday night, Karen Underwood. Sunday Night Football is finally here. We got the Seahawks and Steelers in a Super Bowl 40 rematch. That game was on ABC. We're on NBC tonight. Expect for Pittsburgh to start fast, hopefully at least. And especially if they can get out to an early lead at home. Hopefully not trying to hold on to the lead and hold on to the win. Pedal to the metal. Keep your foot on the gas pedal. It'd be a different story if Russell Wilson was playing tonight. It'd be a damn good game. It'd come down to the wire. Hell, it still might. But I feel like, okay, yeah, Geno Smith is a good, reliable backup. But can he step up and take over and lead his team to a big road win in prime time? I don't think so. Not against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Not the way the Steeler defense is playing football right now. Now, of course, yes, in the second half, in 4 straight games now, as Pittsburgh sits at 2-3, looking to get to 500 at 3-3 before the bye week next week. Nice aerial shot of the Steel City. Got some pyro coming off of Heinz Field as the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers with Steeler Nation waving their terrible towels. Pittsburgh takes the field. There's Big Ben, number 7, Roethlisberger. Going to take on another number 7 in Geno Smith, and for Russell Wilson, as he is injured on IR for a few weeks. And we'll see how these Seahawks play. I mean, after Wilson went out last week, they really didn't do a whole lot. They lost at home to the Rams, and the Rams went to the Giants and blew them out of the water. But the way the Steeler defense is playing, yes, like I said, 4 straight games they've given up a big passing touchdown late. That is true. That was Mike Tirico along with Tony Dungy, along with Collinsworth on the call for that game. Right after Thanksgiving, it was actually supposed to be a Thanksgiving night game, but it was postponed to the following Wednesday because of COVID, as last season for everybody was all screwy. Hell, getting a Tuesday night rematch tomorrow night, Monday Night Football with the Bills and Titans from LP Field in Music City, but we'll get to that game then. So be sure to tune in. But, NBC's been back, but Tirico brings up the point, okay, he hasn't technically been back since then. It was the playoff loss with Pittsburgh losing to the Brownies back in January. that sent him home early and a longer off season than usual. No, but the way the Steeler defense is playing, if they can get a few turnovers, get to Geno Smith, who it seems like everybody's career goes to die with the Jets anymore. The Jets are like the new Cleveland Browns, I might add as well. If they can get a few turnovers, if they can find a running game as well. Najee Harris had over 100 yard rushing last week for the first time in his career. Rookie running back, of course, out of Alabama. If Pittsburgh can run the football, balance on offense, of course, run the ball, play action, play good defense, on your special teams, but run to pass, pass to run, keep it balanced. It could be a long night for Seattle. And like I said, on the flip side, I think it'd be a different story, of course, yes, if Russell Wilson wasn't hurt and he was playing. Now, if he was still hurt and still playing, well, maybe a little bit better of a chance, but, Seattle's probably still going to, at that point, tides a turn, though, still, of course, not necessarily be favored, but probably, yes, that too, but in the end, picking up the W, but there's no Russell Wilson night. They're Wilsonless. Tom Hanks is out in the ocean looking for Wilson. That's exactly how Pete Carroll feels right now. Or at least will be feeling tonight on Sunday Night Football. Plain and simple. Especially when you have your top two running backs also out injured, and Alex Collins has to be the go-to running back, and he's going to get the bulk of the carries. Like I said, it might be a very long night for Seattle on the road. Now, this game was in Pacific Northwest, as, of course, Pittsburgh's had to go there a few times, just like anybody else has, playing that hostile environment with 12th man. Well, yeah, for the most part, even if they had Russell Wilson or not, they'd probably find a way to lose. But they're playing in Pittsburgh tonight. And they're looking for revenge from the loss, of course, 2 years ago. Ben more so than not, because that's the game he went down injured in. Cost him the season. Pittsburgh finished at 500, 8-8. Steelers haven't had a losing season since 2003. Okay? A couple years later, these two teams met in Motor City, Ford Field in Detroit, Super Bowl 40, in the bus's last ride. And Pittsburgh won by 11, 21-10. So, all these years later, this October the 17th, Sunday night, here in 2021, we'll have a Super Bowl rematch with the Seahawks and Steelers. So, yeah, Pittsburgh has to be balanced on offense, find a running game, keep it going, play good defense, no turnovers, no super penalties either, as always, but, we'll see how this game plays out. Once again, not side on paper, side on the field. So we'll have kickoff here momentarily, as they're going to show us one final video package with the Seahawks and Steelers, with both fan bases, all the history with coaches and players for both of these franchises. Just imagine if Russell Wilson was playing, arguably this would be the best game of the week. But he's not, because he went down last Thursday night at home, sort of on a fluke injury. He was throwing, and his middle finger on his throwing hand hit a helmet of a defender, and of course had to get surgery last week, placed on IR. He's going to be out for a few games. Might be a different story if it was on his non-throwing hand. He might still be playing, but still able to get up under center. At that point, as you see him there on the sideline, he is in attendance. He's not dressed so. He's dressed in street clothes, but not in uniform. Still might be a little hard for him to play. Regardless, he's not playing. It's Geno Smith. So, number 7, Roethlisberger. Number 7, Smith. Steelers on the stairway to 7, hopefully, before Ben retires. But hoping for a good game nonetheless. Of course, hoping for a Pittsburgh Steeler win as well. And I'd think they should be able to get the best or the better of the and come out on top and be the best of these two teams tonight on Sunday Night Football because of Russell Wilson's injured. But, you know, there's no I in team. There's not just, of course, one player winning games all the damn time for all these teams in whatever sport it is. It's next man up. Well, Geno Smith, we'll have to wait to see what Seattle does on offense because Pittsburgh getting the football. Left to right, we're underway. Seattle kicks off, and we'll have a return from the goal line as Ray McLeod brings it out past the 10, 15, out past the 20, 25, 30 before being brought down to the 38-yard line. A good return, 1st and 10, black and gold, led by number 7, Big Ben Roethlisberger. From there, the 18th year for Roethlisberger out of Miami, Ohio. There's rookie running back Najee Harris, also out of Alabama. Find a running game. Run the football. Open up for Ben to be Ben. Let Big Ben do Big Ben things. Maybe take a little more deep balls than he did last week. Who steps up at wide receiver, of course, with Juju out injured. Gonna hand off Najee Harris, a yard for him. So 2nd and 9. I'm sure we'll take a look at the Seahawks defense here, as well as NBC will run through their player intros as we just saw the starting Steeler offense. Need to go to tight ends a little bit more too with Ebron and Freiermuth. Zach Gentry and Kevin Rader. Pittsburgh has good depth from top to bottom. McLeod in motion, out of the gun, play clock winding down. He's going to hand off again to Double Deuce, and 22 gets the 42 for about a 3rd and 5 to come for the black and gold here as we begin on Sunday Night Football. So thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. 3rd and 4 officially. Play calling as we take a look at Matt Canada. Well, they finally found a running game last week, and you find a running game, it's going to open up the rest of the playbook. 3rd and 4. Seattle jumps off sides unless they say false start, which they do. It'll be 3rd and 9. Should be in 1st down, though. See if it was a false start or an offsides. Who was it on? It was on 51, Trey Turner, the former Panther and Charger. And that's not a good shot for a false start by any means, but there we go. Okay. Yeah, that's a false start. Okay. I give him credit there for calling that. If it's a penalty, throw it. If not, let him play. So already shooting themselves in the foot, going backwards. 3rd and 9 for Pittsburgh. Here, 13 to play in the opening quarter. Same set, empty set, 5 wide. Ben going to step up, dump it off. It's going to be caught by Harris, and he's going to get about 7, maybe 8. Going to be short, 4th and short. And Pittsburgh going to go 3 and out on their opening drive and punt. So now next we will get to see Geno Smith and the Seahawk offense. We'll see what the Steeler defense, of course, can do if they step up in their 3-4, led by Cameron Hayward and TJ Watt up front, and Devin Bush along with Highsmith, Schobert, Spillane, and Melvin Ingram at linebacker. Awaiting Stephon Tuitt's return from injury as well up front. But Presley Harvin with his blue suede shoes pins Seattle deep at the 10-yard line. 1st and 10 for Go Hawks. As they show us the Seahawk offense. As mentioned, will be Alex Collins at tailback, the former Hog from Fayetteville, Arkansas. As it's a 1st and 10 for Seattle. Glass shatters. Pittsburgh's turned stone cold on this dark night. They're going to run a shuffle on the end around, and it's going to be stuffed in the backfield for a loss of a yard, as it'll now be a 2nd and 11. Geno Smith is a streak breaker. He broke Eli Manning's 210-game start streak. Well, he's breaking Russell Wilson's 149-game start streak tonight because of injuries. 2nd and 11, Collins on the give. And he's going to get to the 15-yard line. It'll be 3rd down. Now we'll take a look at the Steeler defense. There's Wormley, Hayward. TJ Watt got paid, of course. Devin Bush back from injury. He actually went down this very weekend a year ago with an ACL, which cost him the season. So knock on wood, hopefully that doesn't happen tonight. What the hell? We got a fan running on the field. He's not streaking. We're not going streaking on Sunday Night Football. Get your ass in the car, Frank. No. Yeah. Of course, some coaches and players smirking. Yeah, some dude just ran onto the fucking field waving a jacket or something. At least they weren't throwing golf balls or mustard bottles at respective teams here early on tonight, like they were last night in Knoxville. I mean, hell, they needed a cane to come out to stop that. Chokeslam everybody straight to hell. So after a slight delay because of a fan running onto the field, so whatever jackass, whoever that was, well, better luck next time and have a fun night in the pen, buddy. 3rd and 4. And now we got another whistle. And we have somebody else running on the field now, too. The Steeler defense trying to get, of course, the crowd pumped up even more. Seattle's going to call their first time out after all that. Just make sure they're set. I understand it. You don't want to do anything stupid on 3rd and 4 here. 11-2 to play in first. If Pittsburgh went 3 and out, Seattle's about ready to and punt it back away. But yeah, why not have a fan run on the field? It's not like we've seen that before. It's just been quite a while. Of course, was not expecting that, but hey, sometimes you gotta expect the unexpected. 3rd and 4, Lockett gonna be in motion. Geno Smith looking his way, gets rid of it as he gets drilled, pass complete to Metcalf. Nice tackle by number 21 for the Pittsburgh Steelers on defense in Trey Norwood, who has stepped up extremely well in the secondary. Everybody talks about, of course, Joe Hayden and Minka Fitzpatrick. Cam Sutton's been playing some damn good football. James Perry and Arthur Millette have stepped up the past few weeks. Can't forget about Terrell Edmonds as well. But, yeah, Norwood and Trey Lane, 21 and 31, have added some good depth to the secondary on this black and gold defense. But now the Steelers will be back on offense when we return. 10-14 to play in this opening quarter after the Seahawks punt. 1st and 10, Steelers from wherever he was downed. Did not get a rolling on the spot before they faded to black and hit a commercial break. So it should be Steeler football, 1st and 10 from, I'd say, about 30-yard line or so. We'll see. But Pittsburgh just find a running game with Najee Harris. Find a running game, open up the pass. Once again, let Ben be Ben, and go from there. Can you play good defense? I just hope, I mean, it might be a defense showdown, and what defense Ben doesn't break, at that point, but of course, Geno Smith has some experience as a backup. He's started in the league as well, but, he's no Ben Roethlisberger. Ben has 2 Super Bowls to his credit. Should have 3, but Rodgers has the 3rd. Like I said, he's a good, reliable backup quarterback, but can he go on the road and win a big primetime game against these Pittsburgh Steelers, who, of course, week 1 started 1-0 with a win at Buffalo, and then they dropped 3 straight, losing to the Raiders, Bengals, and Packers before picking up the first home win last Sunday against the Denver Broncos by a final score of 27-19. Now you get Seattle. And like I said, if Pittsburgh can get to 3-3 at 500 going into the bye week, I'll take it. Especially the way they played here early on in these first few weeks, first month or so of the season. And then, you get into a little bit into the division in the AFC North. Not by much, really. That doesn't come into play until December and January. As I take a look at the schedule here real quick, but Pittsburgh just has a fun running game. I mean, if Najee Harris can have 100 yards receiving and 100 yards rushing in back-to-back home games, there's potential. There's serious potential. It just has to be balanced and consistent. So find a running game and go from there. Roethlisberger pass complete. That's to 13. James Washington. As they'll now show us the Seahawks defense. So we've been through both defenses here 5 minutes in. This is no Legion of Boom defense that Seattle once had. Of course, going to back-to-back Super Bowls and should have won 2 straight, but, well, that's what you get when you don't give Marshawn Lynch football at the goal line. 2nd and 1, bubble screen complete to DJ. Deontay Johnson picks up a first down on a gain of 2, and then almost takes out the ref, entering the field of play as he comes off the Seahawks sideline there as he got pushed out of bounds, but be a 1st and 10 here for Pittsburgh. Yeah, Seattle's always that team as they bring up. Start slow, they find themselves middle of the season, they make a run, they always make the playoffs. They're always a force to be reckoned with. How much of a factor does Russell Wilson being injured, though, play into moving forward this year? We'll see. 1st and 10. Ben going to go deep down the near sideline, has a man almost picked off and then almost caught. No penalty flag. That's a good no call. 10 for Deontay Johnson. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. It was right on the money. Good coverage. Very good coverage by DJ Reed. And, yeah, that's a good no call. Now, if he wanted to turn his head around, they probably would have thrown the flag. Because as a defender, if you don't at least turn around and look for the ball and you take down the receiver or just make a good play on it, and if it's, of course, in some people's eyes, a penalty versus not a penalty, they're probably going to throw the flag on you. But he turned around way before the ball got there and just made a good play on the coverage. And, of course, it was almost picked off, almost caught. And then no flag, incomplete. 3rd and 10 now for the Steelers. 8:52 to play in this first. As, Chris Collinsworth, for some reason, likes circling asses on Sunday Night Football with yellow marker on yellow pants. So, why don't we dig up his emails, see what he's had to say in the past. 3rd and 10. Trips near side with Freiermuth in the slot. Ben avoids a sack, gets rid of it. It's going to be caught by 88 Pat Freiermuth. But he's still, once again, not going to have enough for a first down. And the Steelers are going to go 3 and out on back-to-back drives here to begin this game tonight and have to punt again. Right now, they're fighting to get over the hump. Until so, this is how the night's going to go. 4th and 3 officially. Had a blocked punt earlier in the Cowboy-Patriot game. Harvin gets it up and away, though, for the second time here in the first half of the first quarter. And then a big stop. So it'll be 1st and 10 Seahawks coming out of break when we return from about the 15-yard line. See if Geno Smith and company can get things rolling. I'm sure, just as Russell Wilson always likes to go to DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett deep, we're going to be seeing here shortly Geno Smith trying to do the same. Will he connect? I don't know. We'll see. This Steeler defense better step up one way or another because, I mean, still okay, they got a better chance of winning tonight because they're not playing Russell Wilson, you know about it. But once again, Geno Smith, I mean, I guess you could say he is a slouch, but he's not really that big of a slouch. Hence a few other quarterbacks that have come and gone in the NFL that couldn't cut it. But and you, of course, can use your imagination on fill in the blank in that category. But, I mean, because there's been how many quarterbacks have played a few years and, well, they're done. And I get, okay, the average NFL career is only a few years as it is anyway. But it's a quarterback-driven league. You got to have a quarterback in order to win. Roethlisberger's been at the helm for 18 years. Drafted first round out of Miami, Ohio back in 2004. He's the last one standing between him, Eli Manning, and Phillip Rivers. And they were both drafted ahead of him. Right now he's beating Eli by 2 years, beating Rivers by a year. Hell, Phil might even come back. I think that talks sort of died down, though, a little bit as he's coaching high school football now. But Roethlisberger came in for an injured Tommy Maddox, and for the most part, the rest has been history since. And, Pittsburgh, I mean, they got to an 11-0 start for a reason last year, even with not being able to run the football. And then they start out with a win on the road to start this year off, lose 3 straight, because they still, until last week, couldn't run the football either. In all 3 losses, though, only losing by less than 2 touchdowns. And there's a player or two in each of those games that's when it changed. That's when it swung in favor of who they lost to. And you go back to, well, this or that. Well, of course they lost, but now with a win last week, trying to win 2 in a row for the first time since late last year. Got a penalty flag before the snap. Got a false start. Be 1st and 15 for the Seahawks. Yeah. 1st and 15, as mentioned, from about the 10-yard line. So Seattle here on back-to-back drives, not starting with that good a field position. And then a 3 and out. We'll see how this drive goes, what it'll entail. But officially from the 11, 1st and 15. Smith going to be under center. TJ Watt off the edge. Collins gets the give. And a nice tackle by Minka at the 18. And after a pick up a 7, it'll be 2nd and 8 with Seattle and Pittsburgh all knotted up at 0 here midway through the opening quarter on NFL Sunday Night Football. All starts up front, give out a block to run. Run to throw. Empty set with 4 top of your screen. Probably on a bubble screen. No. Gino was going to go deep near side, it looked like, and then pump faked. And then the ball just sort of came out. And they're going to say incomplete. See if it was incomplete or a fumble or not. Rolled out of bounds near the first down marker, it looked like. Yeah, that's incomplete. Arms going forward. Good pressure by TJ Watt. And now it'll be 3rd and 8 for the Seahawks. Dump off to Travis Homer. And Homer's going to escape a few tackles down the near sideline on a big screen out past midfield and a big first down for the Seattle Seahawks. See a replay, yeah. 3rd and 8, simple dump off. Missed tackle by Edmonds, missed tackle by Minka, missed tackle by Hayden. And then I believe Spillane was the one who pushed him out. So 1st and 10 from the 45. Smith gets rid of it, and it's going to be caught in Steeler territory as that went to number 19, Penny Kevin Hart. And now Seattle's got something cooking on offense. Can they keep it going? That's the big question. Hand off Alex Collins. Because if so, and they can drive and score, take an early road lead against the Steelers. Hold on defense, of course, yes, still a lot of football to be played, no doubt about it. But especially the way this game started for both teams. If they can do just that, maybe, it picks up second quarter into halftime, coming out of the half as well in the 3rd and 4th. We'll go from there when we do, of course, but until then, we're going to let this play out. Okay, now's a handoff to Collins again. And a tackle for loss in the backfield by Alex Highsmith, who really has emerged as the true number 2 linebacker, as TJ Watt's split D-end linebacker coming off the edge. A dual threat defender, if you will. It's Highsmith behind Devin Bush. Of course, after they lost Bud Dupree to free agency. Smith over the middle, incomplete. Nice good coverage there by 21, Trey Norwood again. Incomplete, 4th and 5. And Seattle's going to have to punt again here, 5:08 to play in the first. This Trey Norwood could end up doing, that if he was given the chance, that could he make plays like this coming across the field? Now in 2 straight series, he's been the guy. 4th and 5. Watch for them to try to draw Pittsburgh off. Maybe take a delay game, back themselves up. Give Dixon a few more yards to punt it. They do just that. They'll take a delay game. They'll have a 4th and 10. And then Ray McLeod will be back deep to receive this punt. So obviously, as mentioned, the special teams will finally step up for the first time this year.
Well, Dixon had the all-time average helper. He got one blocked, he scooped it up, and then he kicked it again.
But now 4th and 10. Dixon kicks it away, and it'll be down inside the 5 at the 4. And did it touch the Steeler? Because if so, the Seahawks have it in the end zone, and then they say touchback. No, that ball was down to the 3. Seattle's got a claim right there. I don't know about, well. Referees huddling up. See what the Zebras have to say here.
There was a collision of bodies, obviously, and that's what threw Barton into the end zone.
Because, hell, I mean, if Pete Carroll would want to challenge, say, because if Pittsburgh did touch it. Okay, it's a touchback. It was never possessed. Okay. So it was batted down, and then Seattle never really fully downed it, though. They just let it continue to roll. Like, they batted it back from the goal line to about 3. And then there's a big pile, and by the time they recovered it to down it, it was right there on the goal line again, so that's a touchback. Now, as we head to a commercial break here, of course, in the meantime, things could change, and they could be challenging it, looking at it, and break. Because just think if Pittsburgh touched that, Seattle recovered, and it'd either be first and goal for them or a touchdown. But right now, and knock on wood, we'll move forward. It's a touchback for the Steelers, and they'll have first and 10 now from the 20. So, starting field position, even with both teams punting both times on their 2 drives here to begin the game tonight, Seattle was able to move the football a little bit better than the first time they did there on that last drive. Big screen on 3rd down, of course, Homer into Steeler territory, but then they have to punt because the drive stalls. Both offenses, as both defenses are holding the fort down for the time being, both offenses really aren't doing a whole lot. Pittsburgh, 2 third downs, get a few yards short. Of course, 4th and short, have to punt, but, still early, still a lot of football to be played, so I'll digress. We'll see how this game goes, and then we'll go from there. But, starting field position, Pittsburgh started out, for the most part, out past the 30 each drive. Around 38 on the opening kick, 30 after the first punt, and now a touchback, so first 10 at the 20 after this last punt, whereas the Seahawks started around the 10-yard line each time. But in the end, both teams total have 4 punts. So, first and 10 Steelers from the 20, find a running game. Find a running game. On that last Steeler punt, too, by the way, it looked like Benny Snell went down with an injury on the tackle, holding his, I believe, left arm. So hopefully he's okay. I mean, he really doesn't do a whole lot other than on special teams, but depth-wise at back, it's really just Kalen Balaj, and then you have McFarland and Samuels on the practice squad. But Ben with a pump fake on first and 10 from the 20. Pass going to be caught by Freiermuth, just as they would say Heath when Heath Miller would catch it. It's Muth for Pat Freiermuth when he catches the football. One tight end out of Virginia, Freiermuth, the rookie out of Penn State. Got to find a running game. But, I mean, Balaj, as I said last week, I'd rather have him backing up Najee than Benny Snell. Because the play Snell's been in on. Claypool on a bubble screen on 2nd and 1, first down Steelers up to the 36-yard line. You know, when he's in, he's a yard here, yard there. He doesn't do a whole lot. But he does add depth. Got a penalty flag. Probably hold. Is probably coming back. Pass interference on the Steelers is on Deontay Johnson. 10 yards, they'll replay second down. It'll be 2nd and 20. I don't know about this, but we'll see. It was a bubble screen and then, well, maybe a little bit. I don't know. They threw it. Nothing you can do about it. Move on. Just forget it even happened. Second down. Run the football. Run the football. And Najee. Nowhere for him to go. Najee. We'll go with Najee. He's, of course, stated the correct way to say his name, but you can call him both if we wish, or we can call him by his nickname that they all call him, and that's Najee. So 22 is easier, you know, just call everybody by their number. 3rd and 11 from the 19. Roethlisberger, pass complete, first down Steelers, 12 on the reception for Deontay Johnson, and first down for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's what I have to do. Short, simple passes, balance and consistency, run the football, chip away, move the sticks, get to the end zone and score some points. Play Steeler defense, you'll be fine. It'll all work itself out, believe me. 1st and 10 here, 2-2 to play in the first. Claypool motion, handoff to 22. And Najee will lose a yard or so in the backfield. 2nd and long again. Did anybody have 0-0 at the end of the first quarter here with the Seahawks and Steelers? Because that's what we're about to get. I mean, okay, maybe, but for the most part, probably not. I mean, anything, probably a field goal or two, if any points, at least we're going to be scored. But games anymore, as always, Ben pass complete on 2nd and 12, complete to Deontay Johnson again, turning into the number 1 in absence of Juju Smith-Schuster, who's done for the season with a separated shoulder. The game's going to be won in the 4th quarter. So we still got a long ways to go before we get there. 1, 2, 3 to play in this first. But until then, just keep trucking along.
Spent his entire career in college, including 2016 season with the Pittsburgh Panthers.
Seattle almost jumps off sides on 3rd and 6. Play clock winding down. They're going to call timeout. No, Ben gets a snap. Going to go deep down the far side. That's pass interference. Where's the damn penalty flag? No? All right, incomplete. 4th down, and Pittsburgh's on the punt again. Who would have guessed that? Questionable no call. They did get tangled up on the sideline, but probably a good no call. Probably a good thing they didn't throw the flag. And Presley Harvin booms it to the 8. A couple missed tackles by the Steelers before Derek Watt makes a stop at the 22-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 Seahawks from there with 35 seconds to play in this opening quarter. All knotted up at 0 here still with the Seahawks and Steelers at 0 apiece.
So you got yourself an EV.
Well, it's a plug-in hybrid.
Plug-in hybrid what?
EV?
Yeah, it is. Did you use gas today?
No, but I can if I need to.
Right, and it's quiet, clean, high-tech, all that EV stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I got myself an EV.
yeah, you did.
Seriously, who hears that, boy? I don't hear any boys.
Yeah, I don't hear any voice.
Yeah, we don't hear any boys. Oh, okay.
Evolve your journey in the first ever Tucson plug-in hybrid EV.
Last day of vacation is still a vacation. With guaranteed 4 p.m. checkout at fine hotels and resorts properties. One of the many reasons you're with Amex Platinum.
Today's challenge, 3 toppings for just $10.
Mine has ham, pineapple, and bacon.
You just took me on a trip. Am I a pineapple person now? I'm a pineapple person now. Create yours only at Pizza Hut. No one out pizzas the Hut.
A stand-up country battle.
Thank the voice gods for shouting.
As the coaches battle for country credit.
Hanging out with Blake and Kelly. Legend.
The Voice, Monday and Tuesday on NBC.
NBC's No Break.
Somebody just took my line.
His television's new show. He was electrocuted. That doesn't make sense. How is that possible?
Captain, you don't know how proud it makes me to say that.
Any lost prizes?
Once an SVU detective, always an SVU detective. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to help people.
SVU, Thursday on NBC.
Listen to that. Pittsburgh, our area coverage brought to you by Geico. I love this city. I love coming to this city. It's such a beautiful architectural city, all the bridges. And the fans, they love their sports here.
There is no doubt where you're going when you're driving to the Steelers game. You should be driving down the opposing bus a few times.
I'm sure it looks fun. Geno Smith.
Back from break, 35 seconds to play in this first quarter. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. 0-0 with the Hawks and Steelers. Screen to Collins, and then it's going to be coming back for a flag anyway. Nice tackle by Highsmith, and then the ball comes loose, but he was down. So it'll be 2nd and long, but it'll be 1st and 20 after the penalty. Be a hold on Seattle.
Sort of had a good position, and the DB just outran him. Then it became a block in the back.
Hold, block in the back. Result of the play is 2nd down as there's 2 fouls in play. Well, what are they? Okay. 2nd and 13 officially. I guess they decline both of them and take the tackle for loss on the screen. And that should do it for the first quarter as well. As the final 10 seconds tick off the clock. So to begin quarter 2, they'll switch end zones, of course. At the end of one here tonight on Sunday Night Football. 0-0 with Seattle and Pittsburgh. From Heinz Field in Steel City, Seahawks Steelers 0 apiece at the end of the first quarter. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below.
It all starts now. Itchy, scratchy, family not getting clean. Get Charmin Ultra Strong. It just cleans better, so your family could use less.
Hello, Queen Bottom.
Enjoy the dough with Charmin.
With DirecTV Stream, I can get live TV and on demand together. Watch Serena Wonderland. Serena Wonderland. Serena Wonderland.
You cannot be serious.
Get your TV together with the best of live and on demand. Introducing DirecTV Stream with no annual contract.
If you have a typical airline credit card, you're not getting double miles on every purchase.
You're right. I only get extra miles on some types of purchases.
May I? Please. With the Capital One Venture Card, you earn unlimited double miles everywhere. Yes,
Everywhere is great. But where can we use them?
you can use them on any travel purchase, not just some travel purchases.
Venture gets old stuff.
What's in your wallet?
Tonight, I'll be eating fresh caught mahi-mahi with a side of spicy ketchup. Caught it. Definitely caught it. Can't challenge that. Definitely didn't drop it.
Michelle Tafoya back in Pittsburgh. 9 days ago, Russell Wilson had surgery to repair his right middle finger in 2 places. 3 screws were used to repair broken bones in the knuckle that was broken and dislocated. And he had a pin inserted where the tendon that straightens the fingertip ruptured. He wore a cast for 48 hours. And while he was expected to bend his knuckle to 10 degrees this week, he's already at 75 degrees. And when I asked him if he's motivated to beat the recovery timetable of 4 weeks, Wilson said, I'm always motivated. I don't need any extra incentive. Mike?
Pete Carroll said, amazing healing power, and if it's mind over matter, you'll be the one to get back there quick. Of course, he entered another pass, and Aaron Donald was rushing. I texted Drew Brees that was watching the game. I told him what happened. He said, dang, Aaron Donald strikes again. He got Brees in the similar manner.
As we begin the second quarter, 2nd and 13, empty set 5 wide. Smith finds DK Metcalf for 9 yards. It'll be 3rd and short for the Seahawks.
Sometimes you just give it to great athletes and let them go. And DK Metcalf, whether he's working out or playing in the National Football League, he just freaks me out.
Too many missed tackles by the Steeler defense tonight. Too many missed tackles. I don't care if you've forced 2 punts, maybe 3 here, 3rd and short, 3rd and 1, or not. You can't. And it's going to be batted down, almost picked up by TJ Watt, incomplete, 4th and a yard. And, well, Seattle's on the punt again. Unless they decide to go for it or run a fake punt. Maybe Dixon will kick it twice like he did last week. But, yeah, on defense, just way too many missed tackles.
Here he is. All right, let's go. And we already talked about it. Those bots have long arms, man. They have a way of just figuring out where they're trying to throw that ball and they get their hands on it.
And a shank on the punt. See where they mark it out of bounds at. It'll be 1st and 10 Steelers from there. 1-4-1-1 to play in this first half. As they show video, Russell Wilson was still warming up. Of course, without a football pregame. Wearing a small wrap on his right wrist for his middle finger injury, having surgery after suffering an injury last Thursday at home against the Rams. Once again, throwing hand when he threw it, middle finger hit the helmet, and as they just reported, was broken a few spots and had a few screws and a pin put in, and he'll be back sooner rather than later. And once he does get back, regardless of Seattle's winning without him or not, they'll get back to winning football games. Tough thing about it is, though, the AFC West and the NFC West, more so the latter, best conferences in football right now. Especially the NFC West. Arizona's still unbeaten at 6-0 now with another win here today. As always, come to the half, first half stats and scores. We'll look at that Arizona win at Cleveland. Took a look around the rest of the NFL as well. But Ben under center in the meantime. Going to toss it to Najee Harris. And he's going to get pushed out of bounds. Be 3rd and short, 3rd and 2, I bet. Naj. California kid. Played in Tuscaloosa. 3rd and 3 officially. Trips in a bunch near side, left to right for the Steelers. Across the television screen right in Iodal. Ben pump fakes a few times and gets rid of it. Pass complete to Ebron. First down, Steelers on a pickup of 4. Clock's ticking. 12:35 to play in this first half. Tied to 0 with Seattle and Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football. Pittsburgh going to go hurry up here a little bit. Another handoff to 22. He's going to stumble. It's about a yard or so, though. 2nd and 9. Pump fake, and then gets rid of it. There are a few occasions the past few weeks that I had said, yeah, Ben was pump faking a little too much, and he did sort of digress in that situation, but then he's starting to do it now again here. So we'll see if it helps him or it's going to hurt him like it did in those 3 losses. 2nd and 9, see what they have up their sleeve here. And Deontay Johnson in motion. End around to him. And Deontay Johnson, first down, stiff arm, out past the 20, inside the red zone, pushed out of bounds to the 15. First down, Steelers. Good block. That was Freiermuth near side. That it was 88 making a hole for 18, and Deontay Johnson on an end around run, 25-yard gain to the 17-yard line. Pittsburgh in the red zone, knocking on the door, looking to take an early first half lead at home on Sunday night against the Seahawks. Pass complete to Freiermuth inside the 10, 1st and goal Steelers. Powell still moving to the 5, 1st and goal from there for the black and gold. Go to the tight ends more. Go to Ebron, Freiermuth. They're doing just that. Find a running game. 1st and goal from the 5. Give it to Najee Harris 3 times up the middle and score a touchdown.
You're going to love this guy. He's just like Keith Miller when we were together.
That was it. Ben started having dessert at that point. That was one of his all-time favorites, and really, for the fans of Pittsburgh, one of their all-time favorite guys. Now Seattle needs to stop. This is not going to praise you defensively, but
Johnson, Claypool, and McLeod in a receiver. Zach Gentry in at tight end. Roethlisberger in the gun. Pump fake on the screen, and Najee Harris is going to be deflected, batted up in the air, and it's incomplete. Okay, that was almost picked off. There's that pump fake again. And they're not biting at it. Pittsburgh lucks out on that. Run the damn ball, please. I don't know why you're trying to do all this right now. Trying to do too much. Keep it simple. Run the damn fucking football. 2nd goal under center from the 5. Go to Ebron maybe on a rollout to the tight end. Ben going to call a timeout. Play clock winding down. 10:04 to play in this first half. Steelers call their first timeout, so both teams now going to have 2 remaining in this first half of play. Both sitting at 2 and 3. Seattle, of course, coming off a home loss. Pittsburgh coming off of a home win. Now battling in primetime tonight for Pittsburgh's bye week next week. Run the ball.
And there's also a version where it doesn't work out so well. And then the Pittsburgh Steelers likely start looking forward to the future. But I think it's all still in front of Ben and this offense and the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just don't think that we have a final answer.
You're talking for this season. They can still throw here right now.
Yes, they could get in the playoffs and go on a run for all I know. But it's a different offense, and it's a different style for him.
From the 5, 2nd and goal. Ben looking to throw. Caught Najee Harris. Touchdown Steelers. 6-0 pending the Boswell extra point. Nice 5-minute drive here in the second quarter, and Pittsburgh strikes first. They ran an empty set with 2 receivers, 2 tight ends, and a running back. And Ben hits 22 in the flat, far side, and he walks into the end zone for a touchdown. Here comes Boswell on for the extra point. Kicks up and good. Steelers 7-0 at home. They now lead the Seattle Seahawks by that score with 10:01 to play in the first half. Roethlisberger now 10 of 14 for 73 passing yards and a touchdown. Najee Harris, 2 catches, 12 yards and a score. He also has 7 carries for 12 yards on the ground. Deontay Johnson scores, set up shop inside the red zone for the black and gold on offense here with that end around and carry for 25 yards. He also has 3 catches, 20 yards receiving. Pat Freiermuth, 3 catches, 28 yards as well. James Washington and Ebron have a catch apiece for a total of 13 yards. And then as Seattle now trails by 7, Geno Smith is 6 for 9, 49 yards passing. Alex Collins, 4 carries, 19 rushing yards. And for the most part, it's split receiving, a catch apiece for Travis Homer, DK Metcalf, and Penny Hart for a total of those 49 passing yards from Geno Smith in absence of Russell Wilson, who once again is out with an injury. So 10:01 to play now in the first half. Pittsburgh with a 7-0 home lead against the Seattle Seahawks from Heinz Field.
Jimmy, it's a long season. How do you unwind? Well, I grab a Corona, go on, and I watch football. And that is it. Good life.
Wow, it really turned out great.
Yeah, and with the money we saved with Navy Federal Credit Union, it was practically free.
You know, I can't imagine where we'd be without them.
Navy Federal Credit. Our members are the mission.
Sunday Night Football is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go.
Take a look back to February of 06 as they show us some still images of the Super Bowl 40 win for the Pittsburgh Steelers over the Seattle Seahawks. Very young Ben Roethlisberger. Year 2 became, with that win, the youngest quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. Of course, that since has been broken. Russell Wilson was the one to break it. Now tonight was supposed to be Wilson and Roethlisberger, but 3's out with an injury, and 7 just led Pittsburgh down the field for 7. The black and gold lead 7-0 here, 9:55 to play in the second quarter. Here comes Geno Smith.
Steve Hutchinson and Walter Jones on the Seahawks offensive line. The bus, that's where the bus stopped in his hometown of Detroit his last game. Alex Fenneman, the great guard, and Troy Polamalu was put into the Hall of Fame. They'll be on getting their Hall of Fame rings here at halftime. And another one, not pictured with the bus just yet, but Ben Roethlisberger. I think we'll make it a 7th Hall of Famer who was part of that game.
First and 10. Smith going to fake the give to Collins. Complete at the 45 to 14. DK Metcalf. And then they say incomplete. And Metcalf says, no, I caught that. Look at it. Challenge this.
Metcalf certainly thinks he caught it. From that
And that looks like a catch to me.
And so now we're having a conversation with the officials who might get a little bit of help from New York, who might tell them it's a catch.
It's a completed pass now. So they changed the ruling without even looking at it.
Discussion, which doesn't mean just the officials on the field, but also the help from replay. And it saves the challenge, it saves time, and gets it right, and keeps the game going.
All right. It was a catch. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. Now, if it was iffy and they rolled incomplete, but then they changed their mind that quick, hey, it is a catch now, well, then you got to look at it. Now, that's a catch. Now, I mean, Tomlin can throw a challenge flag, and he's not going to win it if he does, but 1st and 10 now, Seattle from the 45, out of the eye. Fake the give. Geno Smith going to go deep again. And then Cam Hayward, along with Schobert and Alex Smith, take him down on the sack. He's second in a mile.
Cameron Hayward is stronger with one arm than most players in this league. Watch him work his left arm here against Damian Lewis. Once he gets that grip back underneath, he can simply hold him off at the same time. He's bending around the corner. One of the great players, and no question Hall of Famer in my mind. Add him to that list.
32 years old, all-pro a couple of times.
2nd and 18 after the sack. And a slant incomplete.
Yeah, Russell Wilson and the guys know that this is an offense that is
Excuse me.
built around two people. That's DK Metcalf, and of course that's Tyler Lockett. They have such a high percentage of the targets. You really need a Freddie Swain or a Penny Hart to come out.
Choking like a few teams did once again this weekend in both college and the NFL. 3rd and 18. Smith on a dump off near side. Nowhere to go. 4th down, and Seattle's on to punt again. So Pittsburgh now the home lead. Defense continuing to play well, making stop after stop after stop after stop. I believe that was 4, maybe 5. Well, add another few more stops by the end of the night, hopefully, and of course add them all up and we'll see how many we get. But now just on offense, get it going like you did on your last drive and score some more points, and like I said at the start, pedal to the metal, keep throwing the damn gas pedal, and don't look back. Because Seahawks offense here can't really do a damn thing right now. They can't. Even when they were able to move the football, the drive still stalled and they had to punt. So, as long as the Steeler defense here can continue to make stop after stop after stop after stop, there, that was 4 times. And they do what they just did on offense, drive and take up time and score, I'll be liking and loving it a lot more, no doubt about it. Find a running game. I'll love that. Get these tight ends involved like they are finally tonight with Ebron and Freiermuth. Deontay Johnson's the number 1 out receiver. I mean, they've gone to Claypool, once or twice. James Washington the same. I mean, I go back to the offensive line, too. They looked good week 1 up against Buffalo. And then, as a team, more so up front on the O-line, because you got to be able to block the run, block to open up the pass, and block to protect your quarterback, then get after the opposing quarterback. It all starts up front on the offense, defensive lines, long story short. Something clicked in that Raider game that, went downhill. 3-game losing streak. They beat Denver last week, 2-3. Like I said, if they get to 3-3 to the bye week next week, 500 going into Cleveland in 2 weeks' time on Halloween, I'll be happy. But it's still one play, one drive, one game at a time. Standard is a standard. You go out and play Pittsburgh Steelers football and continue to win football games. And I'll say it again, the reason why Ben Roethlisberger was getting shit on the past couple weeks until they won last week, I didn't hear a peep out of anybody last week that Ben Roethlisberger was a problem after they won, is because they finally found a running game. They were not able to run the football the first month of the season, and they're 1-3 now, 2-3, but everybody shut up about Ben. Ben was having to do everything by himself because they couldn't run the football. Now they're able to. It's sort of there tonight, but not really. That pass on 1st and 10, coming back from break, complete to Deontay Johnson. Be second in about 4.
Just such a smart player. He 7 straight years now, both Pro Bowl and All-Pro.
Yeah, so I get it's a long season, you know. Rome wasn't built in a day. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. I mean, look at all these teams that started undefeated the first month of the season. How many games have they lost in a row now? And everybody's middle of the pack. There's a few teams that are standing out, yeah, no doubt about it. But everybody else, unless you're winless, you're right there in the middle. And there's still a lot of football left, so that pass complete from Roethlisberger. First down for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Slant to Johnson again. Big thing, too, with Juju injured, he was back this year on a 1-year deal. He's going to be a free agent again next offseason. Do they bring him back? Does he sign elsewhere? You know, who steps up at receiver in his absence tonight, rest of the season, and, you know, into the future. But we'll get there when we get there. Dump off on his screen as Ben was looking deep, but nobody open. And then a give to Najee Harris and a 12-yard reception. First down for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
This is something that just has not been a part of this offense over the last few years. And watch what it does. It just freezes the entire pass rush. And so as the linebackers and defenders kept running deep, he said, I'll take that. But they really need to do more of that. And I think Matt Canada wants to do more of that. I think he wants to do more motions and formations and play action.
Under center, Claypool motion, handoff to 22, Harris. Nowhere for him to go, about a yard if he's lucky. Saddle's done a good job at stopping the run tonight. Both defenses have, honestly. Kalen Balaj coming in. Okay, Benny Snell's hurt. I don't know what it is. I'll see if I can find out. Really ain't going to matter anyway, but Kalen Balaj is going to be the number 2. And hopefully they can find a running game like they did with him in the preseason here in the regular season. And, you know, they could, of course, turn this running game into a two-headed monster. Ben pass complete to Freiermuth, right there at the sticks for about a pickup of 9. They're actually going to give him a good spot on that first down Steelers. 5:05 to play in this first half, and hopefully we're not 5 minutes away from taking an hour, 15-minute weather delay like we did last week on Sunday Night Football from Kansas City with the Bills and Chiefs. Freiermuth coming alive tonight at tight end. Hell, he might have over 100-yard receiving. Keeps it up. First and 10 from midfield. Claypool motion again. Toss near side to Kalen Balaj, the former Dolphin. And he's going to get about 4 yards. This is going to be coming back, though, for a whole penalty flag on the field. Or actually, no, it's going to be against the Seahawks defense. It's going to be a personal foul face mask. 15 yards, automatic first down for the black and gold. 15 yards, add to the end run, still automatic first down. I haven't really seen a whole lot of face mask calls this year. Shit ton of penalties, no doubt about it. Officiating, in my opinion, sucks this year. But what's new? Let's think. If it's a penalty, call it. If not, let him play. Yeah, you can't rip a guy's helmet off and not expect to get a face mask called against you. Okay, Ben going to fake the under on McLeod, pump fake, and then dump it off on the screen to Najee Harris. Naj. I'm just going to call him Naj. And a little bit of a, not necessarily late hit, just a big hit. As Harris spin move made two defenders tackle each other and then push out of bounds on a gain of 6. 2nd and 4 from the 26-yard line. 3-3-3 to play. Handoff. And Harris, about a 2-yard gain. Be 3rd down. 7-0 Steelers here. Both teams 2 timeouts remaining in this first half. 3:20 to play. Work the clock. Keep chipping away at it. Maybe take a double-digit lead into halftime. How's that say? And Seattle jumped. Ben might get a free play. They throw the flag. He's going to go deep down the far side. Has a man in the end zone. Caught, no, dropped, incomplete. So 5-yard offside. Be an automatic first down. On 3rd and 30. Yep. It's a second pass. 3rd time might be a charm later. Tennifer Deontay Johnson almost picked off and then almost caught on the bobble. And yeah, Ben with a hard count. Got Seattle to jump. Knew he had a free play. Went deep. Incomplete, but you got to catch that. It would be a touchdown. But he got the flag. He got the penalty. So 5-yard offside. Automatic first down for the Steelers at the 15. So 2:50 play in this first. From the 19, handoff to Naj again. And about a 4 or 5-yard run to the 15-yard line. 2nd down.
Pete Carroll trying to piece this defense back together. And I think for Pete and for Mike, it sort of starts on the back end. That, you know, you can't take a lot of chances if you're Pete Carroll, blitzing and rushing, unless you're really confident about the quarterback position. And I think they're really not confident.
This should be the final play before the 2-minute warning. 2nd and 6 officially from the 15. Roethlisberger under center. Another motion, another toss near side. And big hit. Big hit by Jamal Adams. And Pittsburgh's going to have a 3rd down, about 4 coming out of the 2-minute break. Up 7-0 at home against the visiting Seahawks. They're chipping away at the running game, but 10 carries for 19 yards ain't going to cut it. Especially when 25 more went to a receiver and an end around. So as a team, you have 12 carries for 48 yards rushing. And both backs, Collins and Harris, have 19 yards apiece. Pittsburgh, along with Seattle, but more so the Steelers. Ben's 15-19 for 111 through the air and a touchdown. Of course, to Harris. The only touchdown we've seen tonight by either team, 7-0. Steelers are going to find a better running game. More consistent, balanced offensive attack in the running game. Plain and simple, especially if they want to get to the bye week at 500. Hell, maybe come out looking like a whole totally different team. I have no idea. We'll see. Like I said, scheduling going to be getting any easier. Bye week, on the road, 2 home games, and then 2 away games over Thanksgiving. And then it's really the rest of the way out, home away, home away, home away. So, and then you get into the playoffs, but, and hopefully the Steelers get into the playoffs like they did last year, but hopefully not lose 5-6 and lose in the first round of the playoffs like they did last year either. Pittsburgh Steelers football. It's old school smash mouth football. You run the football and you play good defense. Bradshaw won 4 Super Bowls. Roethlisberger's won 2. The Steelers were the first franchise in NFL history to win 6. Of course, New England has since matched as a team. Brady's won 7 as a player. Of course, this was with Tampa this past offseason. But, or this past season, into the offseason, in his first year down in Florida with the Bucks. But, we'll see if Pittsburgh can punch it in here and, like I said, maybe get a double-digit lead going at halftime. How's that sound? What do you say about that? From the 12, 3rd and 3 for the Steelers. 2 minutes to play in the first half. Empty set 5 wide. Ben, quick pass, complete to Claypool. First down. First and goal now, inside the 10. Now you run the ball, run this clock, and score a touchdown, go up 14 at halftime. Sounds better than 10. I mean, I get it still double digits. And then, Seattle will get the ball to begin the second half, but if Pittsburgh here can... Seattle's actually going to call their second timeout. They'll have 1 left with 1:49 to play. So they're going to try to get the football back with some time and no timeouts, it looks like, if they do give up some points. But, just hopefully Pittsburgh can punch it in here and continue this, I guess you could say, is sort of a fast start tonight. I mean, it's nothing like Oregon used to do with Chip Kelly by any means, but or hell, what the Ravens did against the Chargers at home earlier. Hand off to Najee Harris. And he's going to get to the 1-yard line after breaking a few tackles. It'll be second goal officially from the 1. And Seattle's going to call their third and final timeout with 1:43 to play. So I'm not going to be shocked if the Seahawks just let them score. Just to, hey, we're going to get the ball back. Minute and change, no timeouts. Try to drive and get some points of our own before halftime. Get the ball to begin the second half, score then as well, and make it a game in the second half.
But that guy does. And like Tomlin said, that's the joy of this place. The foundation is around you all the time. He ran into Franco Harris in the parking lot last week, and Frank Sauer a couple weeks ago said, hey, tell me if there's Franco twirling terrible towel and we come on. He said, tell Najee I didn't have a 100-yard game until my 15. That's a pro.
Second and goal from the 1. Harris on the give and nowhere for him to go. So now Seattle no timeouts. Pittsburgh can drain this clock. Take it under a minute here. Third and goal from the 1. Just think if they don't punch it in again, drain it even further. Kick a field goal, go up 10, give Seattle the ball back with like 20 seconds, give or take. No timeouts to try to drive and score. But if you score a touchdown, that's better. And then you play defense, as you've played good defense all night. Ebron in motion, end around to the tight end. He walks in the end zone. Touchdown, Steelers. I did not, Mike Tirico. Did not expect an end around to a tight end on a run. No. Not for any team. Pittsburgh with a 13-0 lead here, minute 4 to play in the first half. Good play call. Everybody was probably going to expect, okay, normally in this situation, it's Claypool in the end around from the 1. Why not go to 85? Why not go to Ebron? Get these tight ends more involved tonight. In the receiving and now in the running game, and have them score a touchdown to top it all off. And Pittsburgh now with Boswell's extra point. Steelers lead by 14. 14-zip. 1:04 to play in this first half. Coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores. Take a look around the rest of the NFL as well. As also at halftime, the Pittsburgh Steelers, as it is alumni weekend, will honor current and recently inducted Pro Football Hall of Famers in Bill Cowher, Trip Almalu, Alan Faneca, and Donnie Shell, as they'll receive their Hall of Fame rings at halftime. Got a few Steeler greats in attendance tonight. See if any more show up or are shown with the halftime ceremony. I know the Steelers said they'd be streaming this on one of their social media channels, if I'm not mistaken, from what I saw earlier. Maybe we can take a look into that.
There's a new team in the NFL. Whether you're rookie or a seasoned pro, this team has your back. We can help you tackle any project.
Yes, a live stream. This is from the Steelers app. Notification I received a couple hours ago. I'm sure you can find it online as well. It'll probably be a pinned tweet on their Twitter account. Reminder, a live stream will be available of tonight's halftime ceremony when the Steelers will honor the 2020 and 2021 Hall of Fame enshrinees, of course, with the past two Hall of Fame classes both being inducted and enshrined this past August. Because last year, of course, because of COVID, they couldn't have one in Canada. Be sure to go check out my NFL Draft and Pro Football Hall of Fame vlog as well from this past spring. Should be in the football video playlist right here on the channel. Unless, you, of course, you want to scroll and search for it. But that was uploaded right around Hall of Fame time, back in August. So not that too far back, but Steelers on the kick, touchback, be 1st and 10. Seahawks from the 25, no timeouts. 75 yards to go for a touchdown. See if they can get field goal range. But 14-0, minute 4 to play in this first half. They'll get the ball to begin the second half as well. But until then, we'll see what happens here to close out the first.
And there are two guys on this offense that have to get it going. I mean, they just do. They have two big playmakers, and that's Metcalf to block it. They need to get Gerald Everett involved to some extent. They need to find a third guy. You know, maybe Travis Homer had a big play for him. Somebody just has to jumpstart this thing. Maybe a Geno Smith run, something.
Gene Walton, the offensive coordinator, spent the last 5 years with Sean McVay. Changes Seattle offense, and there's a quarterback in there. There's 12s that travel.
So 1st and 10 from the 25. Smith, ball batted down, incomplete. Maybe the Steeler defense get a turnover here before the end of the first half, and defense touchdown, may even get the ball back with 2 timeouts to some time and score again for all we know. Second time, Voss batted it down. Third time's going to be a charm here before too long. He's going to pick one of them off or get a strip sack on a fumble. 2nd and 10 from the 25. Smith looking to throw. Avoid a sack for the time being. Gets rid of it, and it's going to be dropped incomplete. Intended for the block at the 45-yard line. 3rd and 10. 52 seconds to play. So they didn't even take 10 seconds off the clock here with 2 plays. And if the Steelers can get a stop here on 3rd down, I believe they'll call one of these 2 final remaining timeouts. Get the ball back with more than 40 seconds and a timeout to work with. Try to drive and put up some more points before halftime, whether that's getting a field goal range for Boswell, score another touchdown for all we know, go up 3 scores, going into halftime, we'll see. 3rd and 10. Big play right now to close out the first half. Big play. Smith going to go down on the sack. Timeout. 47 seconds. Alex Highsmith on the sack. That's the second time Smith's gone down. And Pittsburgh going to get the football back. Seahawks can't even take 15 seconds off the clock with no timeouts. Steelers call their second. They'll have 1 remaining with 47 seconds. About 35-40 once they touch it after the punt here. And then, hell, like I said, who knows? Maybe special teams gets a good return. Maybe it's a touchdown, maybe not, probably not. But just get some good starting field position again and move the football and drive and score. I know the last few drives were chunk drives and it took up some time. But you can drive and score with little or no time left. Maybe a blocked punt? No. Another bad punt, though. A little bit of a shank. It's going to bounce at the 40 and be down at the 41. So 37 seconds, 36 seconds officially. So 11 seconds comes off with the punt. They'll take a quick commercial break. It'll be Steelers football. 1st and 10 from the 41, up 14. 1 timeout. And about 30 yards or so to get to field goal range for Chris Boswell. He's got the leg. I'd like to get inside the 30. I mean, if they can get to the 35 and kick it with him, okay. But, of course, you want to try to be as close as you possibly can. If you have to settle for field goal. Touchdown would be even better, no doubt about it. One of them thought Pittsburgh potentially would be up 17 or 21 at the half and shutting out the Seahawks in the process by any means. But that's sort of where we're at if Pittsburgh can put up some more points here before halftime. So 1st and 10 from 41, 36 seconds to play. Empty set 5 wide. Ben going to dump it off complete to Deontay Johnson. Get the hell out of bounds. Clock stops. Pick up about 3. 2nd and 7, 31 seconds. That play took 5 seconds. Short, simple pass to just move the ball downfield. Officially 2 yards. They give them 2, 2nd and 8. Got 1 timeout. Work at the sidelines. They're your friends. Especially in a situation like this. Ben going to dump it off on the screen. Incomplete. Intended for Harris. Come on, you got to catch that, dude. Ben, I think he just said he was sorry. That was on him. Voided a sack. At least they didn't go down on the sack and it fell incomplete. And they got another play out of this. And, no time really came off the clock unless they say if you did go down on the sack, have to call that 3rd final timeout. And then you're screwed and you're probably just going to take an 8 head on at halftime. But incomplete, 3rd down and 8, 27 seconds to play. Ben out of the gun, stepping up, gets rid of it, complete. Deontay Johnson, get the hell out of bounds again, buddy. Actually, no, because that was on 3rd down. Sorry. 20 seconds, 4th down and 7. Now the Steelers are going to have to punt, so they can't even move the ball. Should have stayed in bounds. Yeah. Could have ran the clock, head on to the halftime. But now you got to punt. Yeah, it should have. You got to know you're down and just got to know what the hell's going on, And now Harvin's on the punt. Seattle's going to have another shot here. Ball going to bounce into the end zone for a touchback. 1st and 10. Seattle from the 20 with 11 seconds. And if I'd have to guess, they'll just take a knee. And then we'll head on to halftime with Pittsburgh up 14. And then Seattle's going to get the ball to begin the second half. And the Seahawks will do just that. They'll take a knee, head on into halftime. Your halftime score, the Pittsburgh Steelers here tonight on Sunday Night Football at home from the Steel City at Heinz Field lead the visiting Seattle Seahawks in a battle of two and 3 teams. As Pittsburgh will try to get to 3-3, heading on into bye week next week. 14-0. Pittsburgh leading Seattle. 14-0, 14-zip. 2-touchdown, double-digit lead. 14-0. Steelers lead the Seahawks at the half. Hopefully no 1 hour, 15-minute weather delay like we had last week. At the half, though, in a losing effort currently, Geno Smith is 8 of 14, 63 passing yards. Seattle rushing, this stat has not changed since first quarter. Collins is 4 carries for 19 yards on the ground. And then receiving, Metcalf has a few more catches for 28 yards. Homer has a catch for 27 yards. And Penny Hart has a catch for 12 yards. Steelers, on the other hand, on the flip side here, Big Ben Roethlisberger is 18 of 23 for 119 yards passing and a touchdown. Najee Harris on the ground, as he has Roethlisberger's 1 receiving touchdown. Pittsburgh does have a rushing touchdown. It was by a tight end, Eric Ebron, the end around from a yard out. Harris, 13-28 on the ground. Deontay Johnson, 1 for 25 and then around as well to set up the first touchdown. And then Balaj backing up Harris tonight with Benny Snell injured now. Carried for 4 yards. Ebron 1 for 1 and a touchdown as well. 14-0 your halftime score. Pittsburgh receiving. Pat Frymuth leads the way. 4 catches, 37 yards receiving. Behind him, as Deontay Johnson steps up to be the top go-to wide receiver, Juju Smith-Schuster out for the injury plagued NFL season once again here. Separated shoulder, suffered last week, done for the year. Deontay Johnson, 7 catches, 34 receiving yards. Harris, 4 for 30. And then James Washington, Claypool, and Ebron all have a catch apiece for about a total of 18 yards between the 3 of them. So, no turnovers just yet. A few sacks by the Steeler defense on Geno Smith as he's starting in absence of the injured Russell Wilson, who's on IR right now with a right hand middle finger on his throwing hand injury. Suffered that last Thursday night in Boston home against the Rams. Surgery as well, out a few weeks. Should be back soon though, but out tonight, and the start streak snap also ends in the process. Penalty-wise, both teams, I mean, there really hasn't been a whole lot. Take a look at that here real quick. And then we'll get into some stats and scores from around the rest of the NFL. From Week 6 here, preview Week 7. See what happened in college football yesterday as well, preview next week too. And then we'll get back to it in the second half. Pittsburgh's 500 on third down right now, 4 for 8. Seattle's 1 for 6. Pittsburgh with a 14-0 lead. They've run a few more plays than Seattle has total as well, about 15 in general. Neither team can really run the football, but Pittsburgh is, for the most part, somewhat balanced on offense, which, of course, that was one thing I wanted to see tonight. Roethlisberger has a passing touchdown. Steelers also have a rushing touchdown. Didn't think the passing touchdown would be to a running back and the rushing touchdown would be by a tight end by any means. Of course, you would figure opposite, but hey, 14 points and a 14-0 lead is 14 points and a 14-0 lead, so I'm going to take it. Especially at the half. At home against the Seattle Seahawks, even with a banged-up quarterback in Russell Wilson, who once again is not playing, and Geno Smith's filling in. Big opportunity for the Steelers to win their second in a row for the first time since late last year. get to 3-3 and get to the bye week at 500 before going to Cleveland in 2 weeks on Halloween. Pittsburgh's controlling the clock, time possession-wise, 20 minutes to 9 minutes, and some change there second-wise. Yeah, 6 total penalties, but nothing major. So those are your first half stats and scores with the Seahawks and Steelers, as we now see some highlights from around the rest of the NFL. Yes, those are your first half stats and scores of the Seahawks and Steelers. Take a look around the rest of the NFL now from Week 6, preview Week 7, as these highlights continue. As mentioned earlier, for the most part, a lot of blowouts today. A few close games. 2 games went to overtime, and both road teams won on game-winning passing touchdowns and OT as well. But Week 6 began last Thursday in the city of brotherly love, with the Philadelphia Eagles hosting the reigning, defending, undisputed Super Bowl 55 champions and Tom Brady and Tampa Bay Buccaneers. However, Brady and the Bucs picked up the road win 28-22. That was Thursday night. Sunday night, of course, right now at halftime, Pittsburgh leading Seattle by 14-0. Monday Night Football tomorrow night. Bills, Titans all have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube then with WWE Monday Night Raw, so be sure to tune in. Also next week, WWE Crown Jewel on a Thursday, noon Eastern, college football, Illinois, Penn State. See how the NFL schedule shakes out for games in my area. For more live watch-along reactions next Sunday and Monday, potentially as well, with the Steelers on a bye week. But this Week 6 now, NFL 2021 season. We had a London game this morning. Thank you for everybody who tuned in and listened to those live watch-along reactions live right here on the YouTube channel earlier today. It was a 9:30 a.m. Eastern kick, 2:30 local time across the pond in the UK, Tottenham Stadium, as the Jacksonville Jaguars, of course, host one home game overseas per year. This is the second of 2 London games that took place earlier today. First time in 2 years. Of course, last year no London games were played because of COVID-19. But earlier today, the Jacksonville Jaguars did some down south juking and defeated the Miami Dolphins on a game-winning 53-yard field goal by a former Steeler, I might add, in Matthew Wright, winning by a final score of 23-20. Aaron Rodgers still owns the Green Bay Packers, along with the Chicago Bears, as Green Bay won on the road and defeated the Bears by 10, 24-14. Cincinnati went to Detroit Lions, as they are still winless in a battle of Bengals and Lions. Oh my, 34-11. Also in the AFC North, as the Browns currently today were the only team to lose, as we have an update now for some injuries across the league from a few different games earlier today. The Browns were the only team to lose in the division. Both Cincinnati and Baltimore both won. Pittsburgh, of course, leading here at the half. Cincy and Baltimore meet next week at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. I bet you any money that'll be the game on in my area on CBS next Sunday at 1. And then because, of course, Fox having baseball playoffs with the World Series beginning shortly, CBS will have the game of the week next Sunday as well. We'll get to Week 7 here in a minute. And then I know Sunday football is Colts 49ers. That's on the table. We'll see what games officially I decide to do, as the Steelers, once again, are off next week and have a bye week. But today, like I said, so far, the Buccaneers defeated the Eagles, Jaguars defeated the Dolphins. Rodgers, as he said a few times, I own you. I still own you. The Packers defeated the Bears 24-14. Yeah, Bengals 34-11 winners at the Lions, and then the Rams also defeated the Giants 38-11. Has to be the first time in forever that two home teams lost at home while scoring 11 total points. 11 is just an odd number. You know, it's not 10. It's odd. It's one up. 10's an even. You know, one's odd to begin with, but the Bengals and the Rams were number one over both the Lions and Giants, no doubt about it. But I bet you any money I didn't see from start to finish either of those games. Highlights, yes. But if I'd have to guess, touchdown, a 2-point, and a field goal.
Are you paying attention?
Because that's really the only way you get to 11. You can add in, okay, a couple safeties maybe, a few field goals and a safety, but no, I'd have to bet 34-11 Bengals win over the Lions and a 38-11 win for the Rams over the Giants. Those 11 points were scored on a touchdown, a 2-point, and a field goal by both home teams that lost. And both teams combined have a total of 1 win, as the Lions are still winless. The Colts won at home in the AFC South, defeated the Texans 31-3. Kansas City went to Washington, defeated the Skins, or the Washington football team, or whatever the hell their new nickname is going to be next year, by a final score of 31-13. In my area, we had Chargers-Ravens as that game kicked off right before I signed off earlier, following the London game with Miami and Jacksonville. And what was to come afterwards, I don't think anybody really expected. But everybody thought that game was going to be a whole lot closer, but it wasn't. Baltimore rolled the Chargers 34-6. And then right as the fourth quarter began, they switched that game over. Technically, it wasn't even bonus coverage. They just switched it because it was a blowout. And so many blowouts we had today. And got to see the finish of Kansas City and Washington. Also today, as mentioned, a couple overtime wins for the Minnesota Vikings and Dallas Cowboys on the road. But before that, we also had the Cardinals defeat the Browns and the Raiders defeat the Broncos. So the Silver and Black now without John Gruden, of course, as he resigned last Monday. They won without him. Won by 10, 34-24 at Denver, as they've lost 3 in a row now, just as Carolina has as well. So I said, there's a lot of teams middle of the pack. Still early, still a lot of football left. We'll get to the standings tomorrow night, so stay tuned. But in the Arizona-Cleveland matchup, Kyler Murray, just as, of course, as we saw 2 former Oklahoma quarterbacks dole it out. Cardinals 37-14 winners from First Energy Stadium. And with Baker Mayfield, Murray, as also in the Heisman commercial, as Baker, of course, is known to sing the Oklahoma fight song to sleep. Well, Kyler Murray just made sure Baker Mayfield was going to be crying himself to sleep with a big home loss, as Cleveland's now lost a few in a row. They're 3-3. And really, I mean, okay, you look at what Cleveland's done. Yeah, they probably should have beat Kansas City on the road week 1. But since then, barely beat Houston. Okay, they beat the Bears. Should have lost to the Vikings. And then they've lost to the Chargers and Cardinals in back-to-back weeks. But like I said, everybody's middle of the pack, so there's still a lot of football left to be played. And then also, in overtime, as mentioned today, the Vikings 34-28 winners on the road in overtime. And the Cowboys caught the tail end of that at the start of this stream. 35-29 winners at New England in overtime as well. Monday Night Football tomorrow night, Buffalo and Tennessee, the Bills and Titans, in a Tuesday night rematch on Monday Night Football this year from last year because of COVID-19. Now week 7, as we're about to kick off second half here of Sunday Night Football. No 1 hour, 15-minute weather delay, thank the Lord. But both Denver and Cleveland, been an interesting game. Both teams are 3-3. Both teams lost at home today. Short week for both. Of course, old school AFC playoff rivalry. Denver and Cleveland. That's Thursday Night Football this week. And then next week, as we'll get to the games next Sunday, October the 24th here, coming up during the next commercial break for everything from 1 to 4 to 8, and next Monday night as well. I told you, eventually, yes, Geno Smith's going to go out deep to both DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. I'm surprised, really, they haven't done so just yet. But now we're underway in the second half on Sunday Night Football. 1st and 10 for the Hawks from the 25-yard line. Hand off to Alex Collins. They're going to try to establish his running game here early, it looks like, as well. About a 4-yard run for him. The 29, be 2nd and 6. We still also got to recap college football from yesterday as well, along with preview next week too. So we'll get to that sometime here in the second half during commercial break. And then, like I said, take a look at the standings in both levels of play tomorrow, and then discuss the USC and LSU head coaching rumors next week during college football live watch along reactions. Stay tuned. 2nd and 5, Collins on a give, and about a 10-yard run for him up the middle, first down for the Seattle Seahawks.
A good game he had with the Ravens against the Steelers in 2017.
Called the duo blocking scheme, right? When you go double team, and you try and push them right back into those linebackers. That's what you're trying to do, and then come off late to get them. That time Seattle did it very well.
And one thing I just realized I missed. Well, we were going to tune in and watch the halftime ceremony for the Pittsburgh Steelers Hall of Famers, but we did not. Maybe I'll watch it later, maybe I won't. I'm sure they'll have something here in the second half to fill us in that, hey, here's some footage of what happened. Just real slight coming out of half. Alex Collins when they run out past midfield. Big first down run again for the Seahawks. From the 38-yard line, 1st and 10. And DK Metcalf with the ball. He's going to get about 8 yards or so. He's 2nd and short. You got to chip away at it. Now you got to take a deep shot. Pittsburgh, get ready for Geno Smith to air it out here. Coverage, maybe get a pick. The 2nd and 1, they gave him 9.
No duo in football gets more targets than those two guys. That is the offense. That is the passing game. So far tonight, we haven't seen any of those deep balls. We haven't seen any of the things we're used to seeing.
And now as number 31, DJ Dallas, double D on the give. First down for the, you guessed it, Seattle Seahawks. They have the football coming out at halftime, trailing by 14 on the road at Pittsburgh on Sunday Night Football.
That's what they do. But you have to get them one-on-one. You have to establish that, and that's what Pete's trying to do right now. He's trying to run them out of that defense that they're staying in. And really, it's Terrell Edmonds, number 34, is the guy that typically is the one down in the box.
From the 24-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Pittsburgh coming off the edge on a safety blitz, and then they hand off again, and Collins gets inside the red zone down at the 18 to be 2nd and about 4. 11:44 to play in this third. 14-0 is your score.
They're going to come with a slide blitz now. I think it's off of this side right here, and they end up running away from it. So it's good, though. That's a good sign.
Seattle's established its running game. moving the ball downfield, trying to cut this lead. Another handoff to Collins. First down, Seahawks inside the 15 down to the 11. And if Seattle can cap this drive off with 6, cut the lead, get back into it, get a stop on defense, drive like they just did here, score again maybe, a whole new ball game. First and goal from the 10 officially. Another handoff. Why not run it? Run it till you stop it. And then Collins bounces off the tackle. And Minka going to bring him down to the 5-yard line after a pickup of 5. Now I got a couple late penalty flags actually. Second goal from the 5. We'll see what the dirty laundry is. So our first flag in the second half. Personal foul on the Steeler defense. It's going to be half the distance, automatic first down. So, what, first and goal from the 2.5-yard line? TJ Watt with a punch. He's trying to get the ball out. And then he tried punching him out again. I guess I don't know. That's not a flag. Jesus Christ, let him play. Yeah, so first and goal from the 2.5. Collins on the give again. Brought down after a yard. Yeah, all TJ Watt was trying to do there was punch the football out, and they throw a personal foul at it, acting as he was punching the guy. And then another handoff, Alex Collins, touchdown, Seahawks. They go 75 yards in 5 minutes. And ran it a good chunk of 8, 9 of those 10 plays and scored a touchdown. Pittsburgh going to have to find a running game in the second half and stop the run if they want to hold on to win this. Of course, you want to continue to do more, too. Was he in, though? Was that a touchdown? It's right there at the goal line. That's going to stand as a touchdown if they look at it. It's right there. His knee's not down yet, and then the ball's right there on the goal line, and yeah, that'll be a touchdown.
Because it just establishes something. This is a proud organization, and they were getting whipped in that first half. Touchdown is now confirmed.
Touchdown confirmed as a touchdown to the Seahawks. Cut it to 8 with this extra point on the way. Kick up and good. 14-7 Steelers as the Seahawks cut it to 7. 5 minutes into the second half with a big rushing drive to score their first touchdown of the night. It was run, 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 run the whole way down the field. First down, first down, first down. And like I just said, Steelers okay with a 7-point lead again, 14-7 here. 9:55 to play in the third quarter, coming out of halftime. We got to find a running game. Got to be able to stop the run on defense if they want to pick up the win tonight. Because if they're going to allow Alex Collins to run the football just like he did on that last drive and drive the whole length and run the ball down your throat and score a touchdown to cap it off, well, you're going to be in for a long second half, especially if you can't stop it and then you can't get anything going on offense on the flip side to turn it around and, potentially extend your lead again. Ben's going to have to air it out a little bit. Somebody else is going to have to step up. All starts up front there. Going to be able to block, find a running game. I mean, hell, they've gone to the tight ends, I think, more tonight than they have all season in any of the games, probably combined. But keep going to Ebron, keep going to everything. Like, don't change anything. What do you have up your sleeve, though? Claypool and Washington, quiet nights. Maybe on defense you get a turnover. Special teams, we'll see if, they ever want to step up and play some football this year or not. I get, okay, at Buffalo and at Green Bay, they had a blocked punt for a touchdown and then the blocked field goal return for 6, but then he was offsides, even though Joe Hayden was offsides. But since then, it's like if that trend would continue, it happens one week and then they take 2 weeks off and something else happens. So the 2 weeks would be last week and tonight, and then it happened next week technically, but you're on a bye. So in 2 weeks' time at Cleveland on Halloween, that's when special teams or a defensive touchdown or something along those lines, I would think would happen if that's going to continue, if that is true. But for the time being, on offense, Pittsburgh going to get back here for the first time in the second half. Find a running game. Somebody else has to step up. Once again, Ben can't do it all by himself. He hasn't had to tonight. Didn't really have to last week either because they found a running game. They found a running game here. Because Collins, stat-wise now, 12 carries, 77 yards rushing, and a touchdown, compared to Najee's 13 for 28 on the ground. And, find a running game, run the football. You're at home with a lead, second half, run the ball, run the clock, and put a W in the win column. Next commercial break, we'll preview next week in the NFL and then go from there with recapping college football and preview next week as well. So stay tuned. From the 25, 1st and 10 for the Steelers. Out of the pistol, Roethlisberger complete to Ray McLeod. And 15 yards on the reception for him, out to the 40-yard line, first down, Steelers. And now I got our first injury of the evening. It's a Seahawks defender. So it looks like we'll take a break because of that. No, we're going to see a replay at first.
Your own player that hits somebody into you that you're just not ready for.
Little helmet to helmet, but nothing major on the tackle. He just okay. What the hell's this? Sign me up, Head and Shoulders. You've seen my luscious locks. There's Paul Malu and Patrick Mahomes. Okay. No, but it's how the defender made the tackle and then teammate of his won the tackle as well, and then the helmet to helmet. So he probably just got bell rung there, if I'd have to guess. And they do take a commercial break. So 14-7 here, 9 minutes to play in the third. But next week, as mentioned, week 7 kicks off on Thursday Night Football with the Broncos and Browns. Next Sunday, then, as mentioned, if I'd have to guess for games on CBS in my area at 1 o'clock, it'll be Cincinnati-Baltimore, followed by Kansas City-Tennessee, and then probably the Jets and Patriots. But for the most part, at 1, it'll be Bengals, Ravens with Washington, Green Bay. So next week, yes, Broncos, Browns on Thursday night, Skins and Packers, Chiefs, Titans, Falcons, Dolphins, as both teams are coming off of a London game. Atlanta with the win, Miami with the loss earlier. Jets, Patriots, we'll continue that momentarily. Here's the Hall of Fame ring ceremony at halftime that took place at Heinz Field with the Hall of Fame bus of the 4 Steelers that went into the Hall of Fame these past 2 years, but technically just back in August because of the postponement for the enshrinement ceremonies because of COVID. They put in Canton in August of 2020 and 2021 classes together. And tonight at halftime, Donnie Shell, Alan Faneca, Troy Polamalu, and Cower Power, Bill Cower, receiving their Hall of Fame rings as they are now enshrined forever in Canton, Ohio, in the NFL Pro Football Hall of Fame. Be sure to go check out my NFL Draft and Pro Football Hall of Fame vlog as well from attending both this past spring. Video right here on the channel. 2nd and 4 for the Steelers following the Seahawks injury. Roethlisberger in the gun, a future Hall of Famer himself. Pass, back shoulder, incomplete, intended for Claypool, far side. 3rd and 4. 8:43 to play in this third quarter. A little miscommunication there. Yeah, Claypool, Washington, quiet nights. Of course, Deontay Johnson stepped up to be number 1. Trying to find a running game still here. Ebron and Fryermuth, for the most part, stepped up the tight end as well. But there needs to be some more balance and more consistency with this offense and the play calling with the running game. 3rd and 4. Trips and a bunch top of your screen. Roethlisberger looking that way. It's going to be caught at the 40, first down. Pittsburgh, Deontay Johnson on the reception. That ball was even tipped, and then Johnson was still able to come down with it. Nice catch. From the 40, 1st and 10. Ben gonna fake the give. Yeah, why aren't they running the football right now? Ben, pass complete to Deontay Johnson again, out of bounds, far side, first down Steelers. Exactly. Thank you, Chris Collinsworth. Ben doesn't have to do everything by himself now. They sort of have a running game. At least did last week, somewhat there tonight, but and they're going to fake the give again. Roethlisberger looking to throw. Has another man, first down to Claypool, 1st and goal Steelers. Actually, they're going to say incomplete. He was out of bounds when he caught it. Well, you're on the football now. Yeah, nice pass, nice catch. Bubble screen complete to Deontay Johnson. Nice stiff arm, and he's going to lose a few yards out of bounds. Steelers actually this week to talk about these receivers. Got a penalty flag on the play. to sort of make up for Juju's injury, they did say they really weren't going to go out and sign anybody or trade for anybody. Trade deadline approaching in a couple weeks. They did go out and sign a former first-round pick, Anthony Miller, who was drafted out of Memphis, played for the Bears, and is a reliable wide receiver. Currently now on the practice squad, but and now we got 2 fouls on the Steelers, legal block in the back, and that was on Chuk and Claypool. 10 yards, they'll replay second down. But Cody White has been activated a few times as of late as the number 5, number 6 receiver. I mean, they have the talent. They have the depth. There's no question about it. Can they put it all together? For the most part, they've been able to. Of course, there's been a few times no, but now 2nd and 20. Stupid penalties. At least they haven't turned the ball over yet. Not going to jinx them, but 2nd and 20 from the 27. 7-11 to play in this third, even though Sheets is better. Roethlisberger over the middle, complete to Ebron. Be third down, excuse me, as that was second down. Be third and about 13, I'd say, maybe. You know, Benton's looking more comfortable because they have a running game. He doesn't have to do it all by himself. And then people are going to wonder why, like, he was playing as bad as he was, and now, like, why is he playing so damn good? Well, there's more than just one player on offense. There's more than just one player on defense, and there's more than just one player on special teams. 3rd and 14 officially. Ben complete, and Freiermuth, once again, they get a few yards short of the first down. It'll be 4th and about 2. Roethlisberger wants to go for it. You kick it. You kick it here. You go up 10 with 6:16 and counting to play in the third quarter. Make it a 17-7 game. You make it double digits again. You continue to play good defense, take this game into the fourth quarter, and you hold Seattle. You gave up that big touchdown drive to begin the second half. Yeah, I get that. Still got to find a running game. Because if Steelers can extend this lead again, we'll see if they can run the football when they need to in the fourth. As the kick's up and good from 27 yards out from Boswell. 17-7 now, 5:46 to play in the third quarter, along with stopping Seattle's running game as well from Alex Collins and, of course, Chris Carson and Rashad Penny's injuries. Everybody's banged up this time of year. Middle of the season. Finally starting to feel like football weather. But here tonight on Sunday Night Football, 17-7 now, with 5:46 to play in the third quarter. Yeah, we were previewing Week 7 there a minute ago, but yeah, at halftime, the Steelers, with the alumni weekend in full effect, they honored Steelers Hall of Famers, the most recent ones to go into Canton. Once again, Adonai Shell, Alan Faneca, Troy Polamalu, and former head coach of the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers, who won Super Bowl 40 against Seattle Seahawks in the Super Bowl 40 rematch tonight on Sunday Night Football, Seattle and Pittsburgh, Bill Cowher. As they were awarded, they received their Hall of Fame rings at halftime, as they were all enshrined in Canton back in August with their fellow classmates in their respective classes of 2020 and 2021. But I'll digress there. Congratulations to all, of course. I've spoke about the Hall of Fame a few times, yes, tonight and in the past, so I'll show up in that regard. But no doubt all four Hall of Famers, and a few Hall of Famers playing tonight, I'd say, if I'd have to guess. They showed earlier, too, all the Steelers in the Steeler Hall of Fame, which, of course, is on site at Heinz Field. Canton, Ohio is a special place. You're the best of the best if you are enshrined. You are the best of your position, one of the best of your teams you played on, one of the best of your era. Hell, one of the best of all time. There's only about roughly 350 NFL Hall of Famers, which is a little hard to believe, yes, don't get me wrong. But those 350, give or take, you add that into as many players as played in the National Football League in the 102-year history, well, yeah, once again, the best of the best. Good kickoff return by the Seahawks there. Seattle next week going to be in primetime again at home on a Monday night, hosting the New Orleans Saints. See if Marshawn Lynch can come back and almost start another earthquake with the Beastquake run. But week 7 next week, Broncos, Browns on Thursday Night Football again. Washington, Green Bay, Kansas City, Tennessee, Atlanta, Miami, the Jets and Patriots, along with the Panthers and Giants, Bengals, Ravens, Eagles, Raiders, Lions visit the Rams in the, of course, Matthew Stafford, Jared Goff game, and then Texans, Cardinals, Arizona should get to 7-0, and then to close out October, will they be 8-0 on Halloween? Well, we'll see, because on the 28th, they play at home on Thursday night against the Green Bay Packers, close out the month. Also next week, Bears, Buccaneers, Colts, 49ers is next Sunday night on Sunday Night Football, and then Monday Night Football, Saints, Seahawks. We'll discuss college football momentarily.
They end up with a little RPO action here, getting it out on the outside, but the nice thing about this one was the Pittsburgh Steelers reacted to the
Bubble screen from Geno Smith, complete to Tyler Lockett. First time I've said his name tonight for a catch, 14 yards for him. First and 10, Seattle from the 46, toss near side to Alex Collins and tackled by Highsmith. Highsmith along with Isaiah Buggs and Alex Highsmith on the stop.
For Seattle offensively, they scored a moment ago, and Keith Butley, the defensive coordinator for the Steelers, trying to figure out how to stop him this time around.
And Highsmith, Buggs, and Chris Wormley, 95 was the other on that tackle. Yes. 2nd and 7, still waiting Stephon Tuitt's return, number 91 on the D-line. But he's currently still on IR. They get to Smith. He gets rid of it, though. And then a broken tackle, and Seattle's they're going to mark him short of the 2. First and goal, Seattle from there. Tail 2 halves now. Seattle back-to-back second-half drives, able to drive and almost scored on that play. They probably will here in a play or two and cut it to 3. So now the Steelers, they're not going to have to, or can't, I should say, not going to be able to settle for field goals. Late in this game, going to have to score touchdowns. They want to hold on to win. First and goal, they're going to reset the play clock. They're not going to. 8 seconds and counting. Under center is Geno Smith. Going to hand off Collins. He's going to spin. And then tackle by Cam Hayward at the 1. Second and goal. 3:23 to play in the third quarter. Seattle fighting back. The game's not over until it's over. Not until the 0-0 is on the clock. In the game. Whether that's regulation, overtime. Fake the give. Geno Smith passing touchdown. Will Dissly, 89 on the reception. And Seattle, as Roethlisberger is going to start to get warmed up again on the sideline, get back out there on offense. Seattle's fighting back. That only took 6 plays. They went 60 yards. So back-to-back drives. Zave drove, for the most part, the length of the field and scored 2 touchdowns to cut this lead. Extra point on the way. Can't settle for field goals on offense now in the second half. Got to find a running game with a lead. Ben's got to beat Ben. Defense has to step the hell up. You got to start making some stops. You can't let them drive and score like this time and time again, or else you're going to lose. 17-14 Steelers as the Seahawks are coming back on Sunday Night Football with 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. College football week 7 began actually last Tuesday, as mentioned last week. App State visited Louisiana Lafayette, and the Raging Cajuns won by a final score of 41-13. Last Thursday, Memphis beat Navy in the Jason Allen Dean game, 35-17. South Alabama, 41-14, defeating Georgia Southern. Marshall at North Texas, the Thundering Herd beat the Mean Green of North Texas, 49-21. Oregon 24-17, winners at home over Cal. Clemson almost lost at Syracuse on a Friday night. However, the Tigers beat the Orange by 3, 17-14, the same exact score we sit at right now on Sunday Night Football, with the Steelers leading Seattle 17-14. And then in double overtime, San Diego State at San Jose State, the Aztecs defeat the Spartans 19-13. Yesterday in college football, Cincinnati 56-21 winners at home over Central Florida. Michigan State at Indiana won by 5, 20-15. Texas blew it again in the second half. Can't just hold on to win, and they know that. Oklahoma State, a very quiet, unbeaten Cowboy 6-0 team in the Big 12. They honestly, they got a tough one next week at Iowa State. And then after that, until they host Oklahoma at the end of the year, I mean, they might slip up. I wouldn't be shocked if they're sitting pretty, potentially unbeaten come Thanksgiving time. In the SEC, as that's the Texas and Oklahoma conference, they'll be joining. Auburn went to Fayetteville, and the Tigers defeated the Hogs 38-23. LSU 49-42 winners at home over Florida, and then the news broke earlier today that Orgeron will be stepping down at the end of the season. A&M 35-14 defeating Missouri also in the SEC. So we'll see what happens with USC and LSU. Like I said, we'll discuss more of that next week. In the Big Ten, Minnesota at home 30-23 defeating Nebraska. Northwestern 21-7 defeating Rutgers. UConn picked up their first win in almost 2 years, 21-15 over Yale. Tulsa by 1, living on Tulsa time this weekend, 32-31 defeating South Florida. Buffalo 27-26 over Ohio. Virginia shut out Duke 48-0. Ball State in the MAC, along with Miami, Ohio, Roethlisberger's alum, also in the MAC, winners. Ball State 38-31 over Eastern Michigan, and then Miami, Ohio 34-21 over Akron. Had a penalty flag on that return. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Steelers, 2:58 to play in the third quarter. Up 3, 17-14. We will continue college football recap shortly. Stay tuned. We are at the 3:30 games from yesterday. Keep that in mind. 1st and 10, Roethlisberger on the give. Nowhere for Najee Harris to go. 2nd down. Back to not being able to run the football. Back to having Ben Roethlisberger do everything on offense again. Here we go. If you have a running game, if you're able to run the football, you're going to be balanced. The offensive playbook will open itself up, Roethlisberger's not going to have to do it all, and he'll be able to air it out. You have no running game, and you're passing all the time, and the defense knows you can't run the football because they're stopping you. They know you're going to be passing all the time, and then they're going to be covering you, and you're going to be screwed. You're up shit creek without a paddle. That dump off was to 22, Najee Harris. Third down for the Steelers. 2 minutes to play in this third, and we're going to take this game into the fourth quarter, and it's going to come down to the wire. Third down and 7 officially for the Steelers. From the 26, third and 7. Roethlisberger, far side, has a man, Claypool, and it's batted down, incomplete. Fourth down. Here comes Presley Harvin on to punt again for the Steelers. And with what Seattle's done on back-to-back drives beginning the second half, hey, third time's a charm. It's not looking good for the Steelers right now. Trying to hold on to a 3-point, 17-14 lead here as we near the end of the third quarter. Tale of two halves is what it's been. Seahawks are coming back. And then Harvin shanks it out of bounds around the 40. So, well, tale of two halves, what I say. Seattle, just as Pittsburgh had good starting field position in the first half and was able to drive, Seattle got shut out, started back at the 10-yard line, it seemed like every drive. Seattle's now getting some good starting field position. They're able to move the football. 75-yard touchdown drive, 60-yard touchdown drive, back-to-back drives here in the second half to cut it to 3, 17-14. Now they can get the ball back again. Good starting field position. Can they drive and score and take their first lead of the night? Now that's going to be the big question when we come back from this break, when they get the ball back after that punt. The Steelers have to stop this running game. If they can't, and then Geno Smith's picking them apart, they're done for. Because the way the offense looks right now, not being able to do shit, well, what do you expect? And then the Steelers are just going to go back probably on another 3-game losing streak for another month or so. And, you know, still one play, one drive, one game at a time. I shouldn't even be looking ahead, but they got to take care of business and finish this up tonight if they want to get to 500 at 3-3 and get to the bye week next week. Coming out not potentially a whole brand new team, but just healthy, rested up for everybody who's not done for the season by any means, with Juju Smith-Schuster out. But another thing, too, you don't want anybody else to get hurt the rest of this game, but defense needs to step the hell up. Defense needs to make some stops. He needs to step the hell up. Because if not, they're just going to let them continue to drive like this. They're done for. They're done for if they can't get a stop. Because they cannot stop the run. Just as Pittsburgh has a passing and rushing touchdown, so does Seattle now. And the difference is the Boswell field goal. Always got to rely on your special teams, but we got a close one, and it's going to be coming down the wire here on Sunday Night Football, it looks like, here as we're near the end of the third quarter. At the end of the third, we'll continue recapping college football from yesterday, preview next week as well, so stay tuned. From the 42, first and 10, Seahawks, down 3 here, minute 25 to play in the third. Smith under center, going to hand off Alex Collins. They cannot stop this rushing attack. 12, 13, maybe 14 yards on that run by Collins, and our first down for the Seahawks. they're going to lose this game because they can't run the football and they can't stop the run, plain and simple. Now, if they somehow win it, okay, pick up the W, but right now, they can't get a stop. They're going to lose. I'm telling you right now, not even the end of the third quarter. So you heard it here first. And I hate to say it, but it's true. Truth hurts sometimes. Truth, though. Handoff Alex Collins. 4 yards, 2nd down and 6. They'll probably get it off at least once more before the end of the quarter. And we'll switch ends, get to the 4th, and whatever the hell happens, happens. They can't run the football. They can't stop the run. Plain and simple. I don't care how much Roethlisberger does by himself because they can't run the football. If he wins it, okay. Their problem is in the backfield. They cannot run the football. They got to be more consistent, coming out of last week. Thought, okay, well, it might be a little bit better than the previous weeks they couldn't run the ball, but no, it's just back to that. They can't do it at all. It's like they hit their peak and, we're just going to fall off the mountaintop now and start back at the bottom and work our way back up. So it's like, man, it's just so goddamn fucking frustrating sometimes. 3rd and 7 from the 41. Another handoff this time, Travis Homer. And he's making a home in the Steeler defense tonight. Gets to the 15-yard line. Seahawks already in the red zone at the end of the third quarter here. Trailing by 3, and all Tomlin can do is look on. Tail 2 halves. They cannot stop this Seattle rushing attack in this second half. And they can't run the ball themselves. Like, seriously, what the hell is going on? Like, yeah, I'd be shit my pants right now, too. Jesus Christ, like, come on, man. Defense, once again, step the hell up. Get a stop. Get a turnover. Get that spark that the offense can capitalize, build some rhythm and momentum off of it, and score some more points. And close this game out. Not, okay, we get out to a lead and we're going to try to hold on to win. But then come second half, it's a 60-minute game last I checked. They didn't play any offense or defense in that third quarter, if you ask myself. Of course, the field goal, but defensively, they gave up 2 touchdowns. And it's a 3-point lead now, 17-14. They cannot stop this running game by Seattle. It's Alex Collins who has over 100 yards rushing now. And Homer, big play in the receiving game on the screen, big rushing play right there at the end of the quarter out. Need to get a stop. Seattle just came out of the half and, hey, fuck it. We didn't do jack shit in the first half. We're not worried about that. We still got a whole lot of football to be played. We're going to get this running game going. Just as they tried to get it going in the first half, but it didn't work out. They keep at it, though. Eventually, you're going to break one. I mean, really, they haven't broke one, but just poor tackling on the Steeler defense tonight, too. Like I said, how many missed tackles, for God's sakes? And then a few touchdowns to cap off the drives. And now here in the fourth, Seattle's in the red zone again. First and 10 for the Seahawks. From the 15-yard line, left to right now, right to left for the Seahawks and Steelers, respectively. Across your television screen right in on dial to finish it out. Handoff Alex Collins, TJ Watt on the stop with Wormley. And it'll be about 2nd and 6, we'll say. Got to get a stop. If you can force a field goal, I'll take it. But I don't right now see that happening. 2nd and 5 officially from the 10. Smith under center again. And then a bubble screen complete. And then Sutton on the stop.
The practice squad the last couple of weeks has bounced around, been with New England. He's bounced around in 2018 and 19.
Third down and 3. 14 minutes and counting to play. This game's, for the most part, sort of been a fast one. It's sped by us. 3rd and 3, fake the give. They're going to roll out. And then Geno Smith's going to go down on the sack. Wormley, Highsmith, and Wandu take them down back at the 24. Exactly what you need right there. 4th down and long. They're going to have to kick a field goal to try to tie it. So they force, and Seattle's going to have to settle for a field goal here. Try to tie it with 3 at 17 apiece here in the 4th quarter. But then the Steeler defense, once they get the football back, I don't know how many times I have to say it this year, and I know I'm going to continue saying it until the season's over with. They have to find a fucking running game. From the 40. Kicks up, and kick is good. 17-17 with 12:59 to play on Sunday Night Football with the Seahawks and Steelers in a Super Bowl 40 rematch. Thank you for tuning in and listening. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Seahawks, hashtag Steelers, hashtag SEA for Seattle versus PIT for Pitt. And then check questions and comments. Super chat, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. Back to college football from yesterday. Troy 31-28 winners at Texas State. Dogs are better than cats. Well, we already knew that. Georgia beat Kentucky 30-13. I'd hate to be number 3 next week in the AP Top 25 poll. It's Oklahoma. They play Kansas. Game's at noon next Saturday. I doubt they'll lose, but Oklahoma, yeah, with Caleb Williams at quarterback now, benching Spencer Rattler. They do look, as Ohio State has past 2 weeks as well after they lost to Oregon, look like a totally different team. But there's a trend. Number 1 lost last week. Number 2 lost yesterday. Well, next in line is number 3. Alabama, Iowa, as the Hawkeyes lost at home to Purdue after a big home win a week ago against the Penn State Lions. As Iowa fell to 11. Penn State staying put at 7 with a bye week yesterday. But Purdue, as they're now ranked as well at 25, they won 24-7 yesterday in Iowa City at Kinnick Stadium or the Iowa Hawkeyes. Western Kentucky, 43-20 winners at Old Dominion. UAB, 34-0 over Southern Miss. North Carolina, 45-42, defeating Miami. Pitt, the Panthers of Pitt. Hail to Pitt. Shouldn't even be saying that as a Penn State fan, but eat shit Pitt. They're ranked. And they're going to have a good chance, I'd feel safe to say. They do got a big one on Saturday at home against Clemson. But then after that, and who knows, yeah, they might stumble. They might be like an Oklahoma State that, okay, they're sitting pretty right now. Pitt really should be unbeaten. They lost to Western Michigan earlier in the season at home in a non-conference matchup. If Pitt can get by Clemson, don't be shocked they're in the ACC Championship game again. And maybe fighting for a New Year's Six bowl game. depending on, of course, how the rest of the season goes for everybody. Steelers on the return past the 15, the 1st and 10 from around 16, it looks like. I know, but you got to give credit where credit's due. The Pitt Panthers are looking pretty damn good in football. And this is coming from a Penn State fan, so what's that saying? In overtime yesterday, Central Michigan defeated Toledo 26-23. Northern Illinois and Western Michigan also won the MAC over Bowling Green and Kent State, respectively, 34-26 and 64-31. Colorado shut out, just as Fresno State shut out Wyoming. Colorado shut out Arizona 34-0. Fresno State 17-0 over the Cowboys of Wyoming. There's this running game, 10-yard run for Najee Harris up the middle, first down Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll continue on with college football once again, momentarily chipping away at it. We'll get to the end of the race, get checkered finish when we're done and over with it. But for the time being, here tonight, still 12 minutes and 22 seconds to play. Trying to chip away at it, just as the Steelers are with a tie game, blowing this lead at home against the Seahawks on Sunday Night Football. Handoff, Kalen Ballage, 10-yard run for him, first down Steelers. Now here in the fourth quarter, when they need to run the football on back-to-back plays at least, they're able to run the football, which is a good sign. Just keep going with it. Keep moving. Run the football. Pound the rock.
This has just turned into a physical war up front, and these running backs are the finished product.
It is. You're right, but a different flavor of the game. Such a good point. Number 37.
Roethlisberger pump fakes, and then ball comes out. Ben saying he threw it. See what the refs say. Okay, they do say incomplete. Seattle is saying no, that's a fumble. Take a look at it here. Pump fake, that's what I'm saying. He pump fakes way too fucking much. That's a fumble. That's a fumble. Who recovered it? That's the big question, because if Seattle wants to challenge us, that's close. That's a fumble, exactly. And Pete Carroll just threw the red challenge flag, and the Seahawks are going to get the fucking football back because Roethlisberger pump fakes too much. My God. You don't need to pump fake 10 times on one pass. No wonder the ball just dropped out of your hand. Yeah, who recovered? That's the big question, because if the Seahawks recovered it, it'll be Seahawks football. If the Steelers recovered it, it'll be Steeler football. No, Seahawks recovered it. It's going to be Seattle Seahawks football. It's rolled incomplete, so you have to find undisputed video evidence. Pete Carroll knows that's a fumble, and that's why he's challenging. Are they going to say it's unchallengeable? Seattle's challenging the rolling on the field of an incomplete pass. That's a fumble. Hate to say it as a Steeler fan, but that's a fumble. And it's going to be Seahawks football. Both teams all 3 timeouts remaining, but 11:32 to play in this game. Seattle's going to recover a fumble off of a boneheaded decision. No stupid penalties, no stupid turnovers, just like that. Turn it over late in the game. And the way they've been able to drive and score in this second half, I'd assume they'll do the same. Take their first lead here late in the fourth quarter and try to hold on to the win, because the Steelers on offense can't do jack shit right now. Jesus Christ. Yesterday, as well in college football, Baylor defeated BYU in a future Big 12 matchup. Just Cincinnati defeated Central Florida earlier as well. 38-24 your scored there, as BYU's lost a few in a row now. South Carolina by a point at home, 21-20 over Vanderbilt. Texas Tech 41-14 defeating Kansas. University of Texas San Antonio ranked for the first time in program history 45-0 defeating Rice. Alabama bounced back after a road loss at A&M defeating Mississippi State on the road 49-9. Louisiana Monroe 31-28 defeating Liberty. Colorado State 36-7 defeating New Mexico. Utah State UNLV 4-point win for State 28-24. Oklahoma 52-31 at home winning over TCU. Ole Miss in Tennessee, we'll get to that game in a minute. NC State 33-7 winning at Boston College. Iowa State 33-20 winners at Kansas State. Washington State at home defeated Stanford 34-31. They're still looking at it as we come back from break on the Seahawks challenge. Wisconsin 20-14 at home. Badgers hung on and defeat the Cadets from West Point. UCLA 24-17 at Washington. UTEP 19-3 defeating Louisiana Tech. Boise State has lost 6 straight home games for the first time since the late 1990s. 24-17 losing to Air Force. Utah 35-21 over Arizona State. And Nevada at home 34-17 defeating Hawaii. Ole Miss, Tennessee. The Rebs beat the Volunteers 31-26, and Lane Kiffin's returned to Knoxville. Of course, he coached at Tennessee for a year after he was the head coach of the Raiders. His name, I think, is going to come up for both USC and the Raiders once again. Refs are still looking at this. Have to find undisputed video evidence to overturn it. Rolling on the field is an incomplete pass. Seahawks challenge. We'll see what they say. They're still looking at it here. I think it's a fumble. I do. I think it should be Seahawks football 1st and 10. No, but in this Ole Miss Tennessee game, as of course they were chanting "fuck Lane Kiffin" the whole entire night, as he left Tennessee for USC, of course got fired on tarmac. Back in college as an assistant under Saban, Alabama, Florida Atlantic, now at Ole Miss. His name's coming up for USC. It'll come up for LSU as well. Orgeron gonna step down at the end of the season. Seahawks know they just won this challenge. It'll be 1st and 10 Seattle. After review, rolling on the field's a fumble recovered by the Seahawks. 1st and 10 Seattle. Tied at 17. 11:32 to play.
The other part of this fight was it looked like Mike Tomlin was peeking around the corner looking at that the whole time. I'm not so sure he didn't know too. And agree with the call.
And 1st and 10 for the Seahawks after a costly turnover here late in the game. Ball's coming out. It was a fumble. Ben will look at it after this game, and he didn't need to pump fake. No, you don't need to pump fake that. He pump fakes way too much anymore. I said it last week, I said it earlier, saying it again now, and it just cost him. Defense needs to make a big stop now. The biggest thus far tonight, probably the biggest of the season to this point. And they're setting up shot 1st and 10 for the 35-yard line. 1st and 10, we're tied at 17. Looking to take their first lead. See if the Steelers can stop the run. They can't. Collins on the give. 15 yards down the far side. This is going to be coming back, though, for a hold, it looks like. So they'll replay the down. But, man, turnover cost you late. Once again, just as it did in a few of those losses, defense can't get any stops. We'll see if that trend continues of a late second half passing touchdown by the opponent for the dagger here tonight, with Seattle coming back and winning. And they throw a holding penalty, 10 yards, replay the down. Steeler defense needs a stop. Plain and simple. 1st and 20, not the 45. All they're going to do is run the ball. Handoff. And Dallas gets those 10 yards back just like that. Like it's nothing. That's the thing. The Steelers can't run the football, and they can't stop the run on defense. Plain and simple, and that needs to change. Until then, they're not going to be winning football games. And if they do, they'll barely just win these games. Of course, they beat Buffalo only by 7 and beat Denver last week only by 8. 2nd and 10. From the 35, fake the give. Smith, ball batted down by T.J. Watt. Incomplete, 3rd and 10. Here's a big 3rd down. Steeler Nation, Heinz Field on their feet. Need a stop. Need a stop. Another sack would be nice. Incompletion. Hell, even a turnover would be better. They're right on the outside of field goal range. I mean, if you can force them to field goal, okay. Maybe they miss it. But if you can even force a punt, it'd be 10 times better and get the ball back. Pittsburgh brings 4. They're going to run a screen, and then they're going to bring them down for a 5-yard loss back at the 40. And Trey Norwood and Alex Highsmith having a hell of a night. And the Steeler defense makes a stop off of the turnover by Roethlisberger. Seahawks going to have to punt. And Pittsburgh going to get football back with 10-10 to play. And we're still tied at 17. Hell, this morning we had a game come down to a game-winning kick in London. 2 overtime games today. Why not a 3rd? Under 10 to play now. Dixon on the punt. Going to be down in the end zone for a touchback. 1st and 10, Steelers from the 20-yard line. Run the ball, please, and thank you. Nice aerial shot of Pittsburgh. There's Heinz Field. Of course, PNC Park just down the street. PPG Paints, Mellon Arena, if you will, which is just the parking lot next to the new arena. A couple miles down the road, but handoff Harris, 1st and 10. Steelers, of course, city champions. 2-yard run for 22. 2nd and 8. Work this clock a little bit, too. But at the same time, if you do have to give it back to them, well, you want to get another stop on defense, of course. Defense, out there the whole entire game. They're getting off the field a little bit, but not by much. But then, still get another stop. You still want to give yourself some time to have there at the end of the game with both teams still having 3 timeouts plus 2-minute warning to try to do something late if needed. 2nd and 8, Roethlisberger pass complete to Claypool. He's going to get a 1st down up to the 34. 1st down, Pittsburgh. Now you run the ball. This is where the balance comes into play. Run to pass, pass to run, and keep it simple. Consistency. I'm telling you that's what they need to do because I know it fucking works. From the 34, 1st and 10. And work the clock. Another handoff, Harris. Another yard or so. You want to make Seattle color timeouts. Now I got some pushing and shoving late. Refs need to get control of this. Not necessarily take over the game with flags. And now, who is that down injured? Number 65, Dan Moore Jr., the left tackle. Rookie out of Texas A&M, who they drafted this past year in the draft. He was a day 3 selection. He was actually picked while I was at the draft.
But he's not active for this one. He's back on the roster, but not ready.
And so we'll see who steps in at left tackle for him. See what the hell happened. And as Pittsburgh up front, Moore, Dawson, of course, Kendrick Green, another rookie at center at Illinois. Trey Turner, and you got Chuk at right tackle. At least he's able to walk off by himself. At least the bye week will come at a perfect time if he is going to be injured there for a little bit. Okay, number 71, Joe Haig, going to come in and play left tackle now for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Here we go, Steelers chant from the crowd. Let's hear it. Roethlisberger trying to quiet the crowd now. 7:57 to play here, 2nd and 9 from the 35. Roethlisberger looking to throw. Gonna step up, avoid a sack, gets rid of it, and it's going to be caught and then dropped to the 45 by Deontay Johnson. Now's not the time to go back to not catching the football.
I don't think Deontay Johnson has dropped the ball this year. And perhaps the biggest moment of the season, he lets one get away from him. He has really worked at his ball skills, and a chance comes back. Not an easy catch, but a catchable ball.
You got to catch that. You have to catch that. Everybody on offense, everybody on defense, hell, everybody in the stands knows you got to catch that. 3rd and 9, Ben going to go deep and overshoots Chase Claypool. My God. Can't even take a few minutes off the clock. They had 2 straight passing plays, and both are incomplete. The one was a drop. The second one was on Roethlisberger, overthrew him. And now the Steelers are on the punt again. So now it's going to be what the hell happens on defense. What defense steps up, makes a big stop, and then what offense can capitalize off it if the defense doesn't score. The only good thing that is in Pittsburgh's favor tonight is they're playing at home and the crowd's going to get behind them here, especially when they're out on defense coming up, tied at 17 against the Seahawks. We had 1 turnover. It was a fumble by Roethlisberger. Seahawks couldn't capitalize on that last drive. Time for a Seahawks turnover for the Steelers to force one to try to get this lead back, break this tie. 1st and 10 from the 18. Handoff, Alex Collins, TJ Watt, and Cameron Hayward on the stop. Now's the time, of course, once again, get a big stop. Stop this running game. Haven't been able to do that all second half. It's like the first half, they shut them out. Go back to playing that type of defense. But we're not going to let you beat us running the football. And even we're good enough in the secondary, if you want to beat us throwing, we'll probably stop you. Collins on the give again, another tackle in the backfield by TJ Watt. That's why they paid him. He's batted 3 balls down, all incomplete. He needs an interception or a strip sack fumble now next. Somebody needs a turnover on defense. Defense needs to play the best they've played right now all season long. Let's go. Rey Mysterio, 6-1-9 to play. 3rd and 12 for the Seahawks. Collins in motion. Pump fake to him. Screen the other way to Dallas. And then the Steelers make another stop on defense. 4th down, Seahawks on the punt, back and forth, punt contest now in the 4th quarter. Steeler defense making stop after stop after stop when needed. Now on offense, run the football. And when Ben's airing it out, you got to catch it. And he can't pump fake and turn it over, and he can't overthrow his intended targets. You know what position and who's been quiet this second half? It's been the 2 tight ends, in 85, Eric Ebron, and 88, Pat Freiermuth. Ben needs to go to both of them on this drive. Claypool along with Washington have had quiet nights. Look for them. But Harris has to step up. But look out for these tight ends on this upcoming Steeler drive. I'm telling you. Ebron and Pat Freiermuth, rookie out of Penn State. Steelers about to come back and win this game with a touchdown or a field goal. Mark my words. And if I'm wrong, I'll give you a free subscription to the YouTube channel to make it even. All you have to do is hit that red subscribe button. 1st and 10 for the Steelers with 5:19 to play. We'll continue to talk about what happened last night, college football, preview next week. Hell, if we got to wait till tomorrow night, we'll wait till tomorrow night. Handoff Najee Harris to the 30. Be 2nd down and 6. Both teams still have all 3 timeouts, plus a 2-minute warning to come. This 5 minutes and 5 seconds is going to feel like an eternity. Still a lot of football has to be played here. And like I said, keep an eye out, watch out for these Steeler tight ends. Whether it's Ebron or Freiermuth, watch out. 2nd and 6. Empty set 5 wide from the 30. 4:40 and counting to play. Tied at 17. Pass complete, Freiermuth, 7-8 yards on the reception, 1st down, Steelers. Ray McLeod in motion from the 37, handoff to Harris. Najee Harris, 9.5, maybe 10 on the run. Be 2nd and short here, 3:43 and counting to play.
Okay, is it a little bit hard to see number 53 of the Steelers making a good block?
Run this football. Make Seattle call their 3 timeouts. Get by the 2-minute warning. Get a kick game-winning field goal. Okay, so be it. 2nd and 1 for the black and gold. About 25 seconds in between snaps as they drain the play clock to about 5 seconds. Now it's going to reset. 3:13 and counting to play. 1st down Steelers. 1st down run by Harris. Seattle with 3 timeouts. Now got an injured Seahawk. Of course, last week, Iowa fans booing Penn State injuries. Last night, it was Tennessee booing Ole Miss injuries. Whether this is stalling or the players are actually injured, of course, you never know how bad it is, but it's just out of abundance of caution and respect. You don't do that.
For Ben Roethlisberger, one of the toughest things for him in his decision to come back was that he loved that offensive line. Those guys, basically, it was like starting over for him. And
as he's moving. And the other thing, too, I thought about all these potential fake-ass injuries. This guy looks severely hurt. To shut the fans up, they need to bring the damn card out for the most part of, not every play when there's an injury, but a good amount of them moving forward, because that'll shut everybody up.
The Seahawks athletic training staff going through all the procedures and protocols.
I know Iowa, of course, same color scheme. The Hawkeyes look like the Steelers of college football. Do I hear Steeler fans booing right now? No. No. So, they're going to take a commercial break. We got about 3 minutes to play here. Got an injured Seahawk. Hope he's okay. Tied at 17 apiece with the Hawks and the Lurs. About this time last night, Ole Miss and Tennessee played. It's come down the wire. Lane Kiffin's return, as mentioned, to Knoxville. Left after a year. Went to USC. Got fired on tarmac. Under Saban at Alabama. Head coach of Florida Atlantic. Now he's at Ole Miss. Well, last night, there was about a half-hour delay because Tennessee on a third down, or excuse me, a fourth down, did not convert, and it was a turnover on downs, and he was right there at the marker, and they rolled him short. All the fans, of course, and this has happened, you know, everywhere across the country, college, NFL level. There's just some fan bases, you know, like this, or that have done this in the past. I'm not saying they're like this anymore, but you know, Tennessee fans, of course, started throwing beverages. Lane Kiffin got hit with a golf ball. I don't know who the hell takes a golf ball to a football game, but he got hit by a golf ball. For some reason, there was a mustard bottle on the field, which was absolutely hilarious. But they vacated the student section. They vacated the band. All the cheerleaders left. They finished the game, of course. Now, if Tennessee was going to come back and win that game, I mean, man, I tell you what, that would have been a hell of an ending. Crazy finish. I mean, it already was, but that would have topped it off for sure. Put icing on the cake, no doubt about it. But Ole Miss ended up winning. Final score 31-26, and they got home safely. So that's all that matters. We'll preview, just as we previewed the NFL earlier, we will again tomorrow night as well. Talk about the standings during Monday Night Football too. But we'll preview college football Week 8 now tomorrow night during Monday Night Football, Monday Night Raw, live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. So be sure to tune in then for the Buffalo Bills and Tennessee Titans with WWE Monday Night Raw go home for Crown Jewel this upcoming Thursday. Should be coming back from this commercial break momentarily on Sunday Night Football with the Seahawks and Steelers. Hell, this time a week ago, we were just coming out of halftime following the weather delay. And now, yeah, this is why you don't boo injuries, because you never know if somebody's severely injured or not. And they have the cart out there. They're about to put him on a stretcher. And, I mean, he was moving, but he wasn't moving much. And all the Seahawks players and coaches have come out and surrounded, of course, giving him his room. But I'd assume he's not going to be traveling back with the team tonight. He'll be staying at one of the few hospitals that the Steel City has to offer. And it looked like somebody landed awkwardly on his back. So hopefully he's okay, like I said. But, of course, as now all the Steeler players are out there as well, I just hope he's okay. This is why you do not boo injured players. I don't care if you think they're hurt or not. Who knows? He could be paralyzed. He may never walk again. I don't want to think that, but you just never know.
all do at times like this.
So hopefully
Sometimes you call this a game and you feel silly doing that.
number 52 for the
Moments like this.
Seattle Seahawks, Darrell Taylor, is okay. Even after all this, we still got 3 minutes and 10 seconds to play, though. We still got some football left. So they're going to load him up on the stretcher, and we'll get back to it. We're actually going to take another commercial break here in the meantime. So somebody, if you would, I guess get a video of this and quote tweet it. CC at Iowa football, at Iowa football fans, you know, how even with how Tennessee was last night at Ole Miss, like I said, that's why you don't boo injuries, because, you know, what if that was you? What if, you know, that was a friend of yours, family member, whatever the case may be. Now you got to deal with the situation. But, you know, just as the Purdue Boilermakers steamrolled through Iowa City and defeated the Iowa Hawkeyes, who's hurt now? Well, his name's Herky the Hawkeye, and karma's a bitch last I checked. So, like I said, for college football, I wouldn't want to be number 3 next week. I want it. But still with an injury timeout here on Sunday Night Football. Yeah, we'll continue to save a preview for next week in both college and NFL for tomorrow night, so stay tuned. I know I already discussed next week in the NFL a little bit, but we always get to it on Monday night anyway, so we'll save the last part with college preview for tomorrow night now as well. This game coming down the wire set the scene with an injury right now. Card on the field for an injured Seahawks defender. As mentioned, hopefully he's okay. We're tied at 17. There's 3 minutes and 18 seconds to play. Steeler football, 1st and 10. They're still just now getting him on the stretcher. Of course, a round of applause. About to put him on the cart and take him to, like I said, one of the local hospitals. Whether that's the UPMC, Allegheny General, I'd assume UPMC, but once again, hopefully he's okay. But yeah, this is why you do not boo injuries. This is why you do not boo injuries, because it could be very bad. But now after this delay, who's going to take advantage? Who's going to have the momentum and the rhythm moving forward?
Anytime it's a road team player that gets hurt, the home team medical staff is always so helpful because they know the doctors in the area of how to get the best care and concern for the players immediately.
Seattle and Steeler players now, of course, going over, showing their respect. Hopefully he's okay, yeah. They're going to cart him off. Round of applause. Steeler football, though, 1st and 10. And they're now, going to take them through the visiting tunnel. Take them back to the locker room and take them straight to the hospital. And like I said, I doubt he'll be flying home with the team tonight. Hell, if Seattle wins, they might stay. Because they don't play again until next Monday night. They might stay and wait till, unless he's not going to be able to fly back home for a while, a couple of days. They might wait for him, who knows. Harris on the run, another first down for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Back to football now. Okay, who takes control? Some advantage with this momentum now moving forward after the delay. First and 10, 2:38 and counting to play. Both teams still 3 all timeouts. 2-minute warning to come as well. We're tied at 17 with the Seahawks and Steelers. Final stats and scores to come. Go to your tight ends. Run the football and go to Ebron and Fryermuth. Tight ends. Ben going to hand off again. Harris on the run. 4, maybe 5-yard run. This will take us to the 2-minute warning. And then Seattle's going to call their timeouts after the 2-minute break, it seems like.
17-17. Pittsburgh at the 36-yard line.
17 apiece, 2 minutes to play. Be a second down for the black and gold when we return, but no. Smith is 15-23, 134 yards passing, a touchdown in Russell Wilson's absence. Ben Roethlisberger 26-36 right now, 212 in the air and a touchdown as well. Alex Collins has 20 carries, 101 yards rushing and a touchdown. Najee Harris has 23 carries for 77 yards on the ground. Does have a receiving touchdown. And then we'll get more into everything else here momentarily. We'll see how this game shakes out. So got 2 minutes to play. Steelers, second down, all they need is a field goal. But can they get another first down, make Seattle clear timeouts, and potentially drive and score? A touchdown would be nice. And then you play defense to get a stop, and then ball game. That'd be the way to go. It would. So 17-17, 2 minutes to play on Sunday night football.
Stat that.
Thursday, the landmark live episode of SVU.
Captain, you don't know how proud it makes me to say that.
Followed by an all-new organized game.
One dominoes falling in a row.
Convince me it wasn't you who take the police on Thursday on NBC.
Guys, tonight. Happy Halloween, Michael.
Many years now, he's been only on Peacock.
Arizona, the Rams in the NFC West. Baltimore, Cincinnati, the AFC North won today, so Seattle and Pittsburgh try to stay somewhere near the top of these divisions. Pittsburgh is off next week, and then they go to Cleveland. The Browns lost today to those undefeated Cardinals. Seattle, meantime, is the Monday nighter against the New Orleans team that had a bye, so that's what's ahead, but what's on the line at the moment.
2nd and 5 Steelers. 2 minutes to play, tied at 17. Both teams, all 3 timeouts remaining. See if the Steelers can score more than what they're averaging on the year and pick up the win. From the 36, Ben pump fakes. Going to go deep now, near side. Has a man at the 5. Claypool caught it, but he was out of bounds, incomplete. And now he got a flag. And it's going to be a pass interference on the Steelers. Penalties and turnovers. Claypool pushed off. Got a pass interference caught on him. Caught it, but he can't catch it in bounds. Caught it out of bounds, and it's incomplete. So take two birds out with one stone.
You have no idea you pushed him.
Hurt yourself some more.
Because you just are like, you know.
Come on, man. What the hell?
You're just.
Got to be smart. 2nd and 15 now.
And then it's, now that one was.
And Seattle didn't even have to call a timeout yet. Minute 53 to play.
So you get the big part. It takes them back out of field goal range. So 2nd and 15.
From the 46-yard line. At this rate, yeah, just getting field goal range again. Ben looking to throw. Pass almost picked off. What the fuck are you doing? You're running the ball so damn well. Now you want to abandon the run when the game's on the line? And then you almost throw an interception? He did not see Adams whatsoever. Threw it right to him. And guess what? Well, it hit Adams right in the face mask. Guess what? You've done all season long, and it cost you earlier that you didn't do on that play. You pump fake on every other play, but you don't do it on that one, and he bit. Almost threw it to him for an interception. Just lucky it fell incomplete. 3rd and 15. Play clock winding down. Empty set 5 wide. They get it off. Ben pump fakes, gets rid of it, dumps it off to Harris. He breaks a tackle inside the 40, hurdles a man down to the 34. So from here on a field goal on 4th and 3, it'll be from about 52 yards. And Seattle's going to call a timeout with 1:35 to play. Boswell already, of course, good from 27 yards out earlier.
Yeah, I spoke to Boswell before the game. His pregame long in this direction was 55. SNF kicks in
If
good from 59. He did miss one from 54 in pregame warmups, but he said
the Steelers, of course, make this field goal, kick it. Seattle drives, touchdown wins it for him. Field goal ties it. We go to overtime. The Steelers miss this kick, though. Field goal, touchdown wins it for the Hawks with some decent starting field position. With 2 timeouts after calling one there and 1:35 to play. This officially from 52 yards out for the lead with 1:35 to play. Chris Boswell's kick going to be up, and it's good. Steelers retake the lead 20-17 with 1:29 to play. Oh, mama, now it's time to play Renegade if you haven't done so already. Defense, I know I've said it a few times, needs the biggest stop of the game, if not the season now. Well, now they really, for sure, as hell, do. 52-yard kicks up and good. Steelers 20, Seahawks 17 with 1.5 to play. That would have been good from, hell, probably 60. Breathe a sigh of relief for the time being, but game's not over just yet. Defense needs to stop. You've sacked Geno Smith 3 times. Why not make it a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th? Hell, why not a 7th on 4th down? You got to stop the running game, though. Haven't been able to do that in the second half. You can't let them beat you deep either in the pass. And go back. They haven't gone deep to DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett all night. I don't know what the hell they're waiting for. They need to do it on this drive if I'm Seattle. But the Steelers defense needs to make a stop. Boswell on kickoff with 1:30 to play. And a touchback. 1st and 10, Seahawks from 25. They have 2 timeouts, 1:30. Field goal ties it, touchdown wins it. Steelers with 3 timeouts, so see if that factors in at all. Okay, they're taking the injured Seahawk via ambulance to UPMC Medical Center as I speak. They are showing actual footage of the ambulance leaving Heinz Field. Hopefully, once I said earlier, once again, hopefully he's okay. From the 25, 1st and 10 for Seattle. Steeler defense needs to stop. TJ Watt, get to him. Cameron Hayward, get to him. Pass complete near side to Disley, who has a touchdown earlier. Who else is going to step up on defense? Who's had a quiet night? Maybe Devin Bush? Maybe Joe Hayden or Minka Fitzpatrick? Seattle's either going to tie this up, score a touchdown, they hand it off, and Dallas to the 38, or we're going to have a sack or a turnover by Seattle. Well, that's a fumble and interception. I don't know. But those are going to be the 4 outcomes. And Seattle's going to let this clock run. Because if they score a touchdown, they're going to make sure Pittsburgh, even with 3 timeouts, has no time to drive and score. Dump off, Smith complete to DJ Dallas to the 30, or number 31, excuse me, to the 45. Now timeout on 2nd and 3. Or actually, yeah, we're going to have a timeout, Seahawks, okay. So they'll have 1 remaining. Now, of course, with a game-tying potential field goal by the Seahawks, the Steelers have 3 timeouts to ice them if they need or if they want to. So it was a shutout at halftime. Seattle in the second half able to run the football. Steelers can't really stop the run either, but then game on the line here. Steeler defense has come alive with some big stops. 2nd and 3 from the 45, 52 seconds to play. 20-17 Steelers. Geno Smith dropping back, dump off to Dallas, and Devin Bush on the tackle. It'll be a first down for Seattle. Clock's rolling, 40 seconds and change. They have 1 timeout. Are we going to be taking a trip to Heart Attack City tonight? I believe so. 28 seconds. Smith near side. It's almost picked off and then caught by Metcalf. They're going to say catch inbounds. Steeler defense, he's bobbled it. We'll see if he caught this or not. And I don't know. They called it a catch on the field. He did bobble it. He did juggle it as he's part of the circus, but that's a catch, yeah. That's a catch. You got to give that to him. That's a catch. 1st and 10 from the 42. Smith, pass complete to Dallas. Ball almost came out. Oh, my. 15 seconds. Clock still rolling. Seattle has that 1 time to, of course, kick a game-tying field goal here. Touchdown wins it for him. And they call their 3rd and final timeout now with 15 seconds. It'll be 2nd down. Do they kick it now? Oh, that ball did come out as a fumble, and then he recovered it. Oh, my God, that was close. That's a catch, and that's a fumble. Minka with the strip, but he recovered it. I mean, they could take a look at it, but it's not going to get you anywhere because he recovered. I mean, they could say incomplete. 2nd and 3 with 18 seconds. They had a few more ticks back on the clock here. Watch Seattle to take a deep shot because they haven't taken one all night, and the Steelers in 4 straight games have gotten beat late in the game on a deep ball that went in the end zone for a big passing touchdown. This 2nd and 3 from the 35-yard line, 18 seconds play. Tomlin wants a timeout. Timeout Steelers. Jesus Christ. Up 14. Up 17-14. Now you're up 3 again, 20-17, and you're trying to hold them out of the end zone to win this game. You force a field goal, they make it go to overtime, okay. But you can't give up a touchdown right now. Because even with 2 timeouts now, time's not on your side. You're not going to be able to drive and score. Yeah, watch for Seattle take a deep shot. I'm telling you. Just don't do anything stupid. No roughing the passer. Maybe get a turnover, but no stupid penalties on defense. Smith, far side, complete to Metcalf. He's going to stay in bounds. Fumble, get on it. Jesus Christ, Seattle recovers it again. Stays in bounds. They don't have any timeouts. They got to get up there and clock it. They got to spike 7, 6, 5. They got to get up there and spike it if they want to 2, 1 second. They spike it with 1 second. Time hits 0. Then they blow the whistle, blow it dead. They're going to have to look at this to see if there's any time left on the clock to... Okay, it's under review to see if he didn't step out. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Seattle doesn't have any timeouts. They spiked it, but was there any time left? Because if not, this game's over. They watch. These Zebras are going to give Seattle a second left back on the clock, just like they gave Michigan a second back in 05 against Penn State, and then Henne found Manningham for a game-winning touchdown. I think he stepped out at the 26, but there's not 12 seconds left. Well, maybe there was, because they had to get up there and spike it. They had to clock it. And then Smith, did they have it set? He spikes with 1 second. There should be 1 second on the clock. There should, no doubt. But then they didn't whistle it, blow it dead until there was 0-0. So this game might be over. That's why I think he stepped out, right? No, he never stepped out. Okay. He never stepped out. And then the Seahawks recover the fumble. Just imagine the Steelers would recover that. This game's over right now. But they recovered it, got up, went and clocked it, spiked it with 1 second. There should be 1 second. There should. But what down was it, though, too? Yeah, previous play with the pass to make sure he didn't step out. So I'd assume they'd still be, of course, looking at the next play then, too, with the to make sure that there's any time left. There should be at least 1 second. There might be 2. But the Seahawks are in field goal range. They'll attempt a field goal for the tie, but then the Steelers have 2 timeouts to ice them.
But Terry, wouldn't the clock start automatically then because it was inbounds? Or Sweet falls on the ball. The clock's not stopped at that point. Right.
The clock's still rolling because he stayed in bounds. Just imagine if he did step out, there'd be about 10 seconds left. But yeah, he spiked with 1 second. They're looking at this, making sure everything's straight, make sure they get it right, because you never want to have a game end like this.
So it should be 2 seconds, in my opinion, from what we've seen, I believe. I mean, it doesn't make any difference, right? At this point,
Seattle's going to kick a field goal anyway. But they better have their field goal unit ready. I think they'll add a second back on, I do.
the clock is going to start, assuming they don't make any change to the ruling on the field, the clock's going to start on the referee's ready.
Yeah, so they got to kick it right away.
So if Seattle needs to get their field goal team, they're going to have to do it.
Yep.
Or I guess they could spike the ball again.
Then leave 1 second.
Well, what down is it, though? That's the question, because
There's 3 left on the clock.
if that was third down, well, he got the first down, though, right?
Terry, and they've already run Geno Smith out.
Yeah, Geno Smith out on offense. Okay, what's the ruling here?
Sean Smith, the referee's just going to read the announcement.
Completed pass stands. 3 seconds on the clock. 3. How the hell was there 3? There was 1. Where the hell did you go to school to learn math? Okay, they're going to get up there and spike it again. So it is 1st and 10 from the 25. They're going to get up there and spike it again. And then it'll be 2nd down, and they'll bring out Myers for a game-tying field goal to force overtime. There cannot be 3 seconds. There should be 1. And then they don't even have time to clock it at that, as Tomlin's laying in the refs, and rightfully so. And, yeah, because they don't have any timeouts. They're going to start this on the whistle. So they better spike it right away and then bring the field goal unit out. And Tomlin's going to use both those timeouts to ice them. Here's the whistle, and they spike it. 2 seconds. There should have been 1 to begin with, and then that 1 would have just came off with the whistle. And now here comes Myers from about 42, 43 yards out for a game-tying field goal to force overtime. 43-yard field goal for the tie to force overtime. Timeout? No timeout, and Myers' kick is going to be up and good, so we're going to overtime now on Sunday Night Football, tied at 20 with the Seahawks and Steelers. The third overtime game of the day. And the previous two were won by both road teams, the Minnesota Vikings and the Dallas Cowboys, so that's not a good thing for the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. Said a bit ago, why not go to overtime? You know? I didn't think we'd have a crazy finish like that to end regulation, but now we'll have the coin toss. Hell, we started this stream with an overtime game. Of course, Dallas and New England. We're going to end it with an overtime game on Sunday Night Football with tonight's stream of Seattle and Pittsburgh. Whoever wins the coin toss, you want the football, because if you score a touchdown, you win. You kick a field goal, the other team gets it, and then the next score wins. Of course, they kick a field goal, you keep playing. But whoever gets it and then they stall, I don't know why Tomlin didn't call a timeout to Iceland. But, because you're going to have 2 timeouts here in overtime anyway, but overtime rule is if you get the football, which if you win the toss, you want the football because you score, you win. It's not college. You don't want to play defense first and then know what you have to get to win. So Roethlisberger comes out with Russell Wilson. Seahawks will choose. They are the visitors. Each team 2 timeouts. Hopefully this game doesn't end in a tie. And of course I'll replay reviews from up top and from New York City. You win the toss, you want the football, because if you score, you win. You kick a field goal, the other team gets it. And then the next score wins unless you kick the field goal and you go back and forth. But if you kick a field goal on your opening drive, they call tails. It's tails. Seahawks want the football. Pittsburgh's kicking to the river. And it'll be Seahawk football here momentarily. 20-20 at the end of regulation as we're about to hit overtime. Geno Smith is 21-30 for 178 yards passing and a touchdown. Ben Roethlisberger's 27-38 for 224 yards passing and a touchdown. Alex Collins, 20 carries, 101 yards rushing and a touchdown. Najee Harris, 23 carries, 77 yards rushing, has a receiving touchdown. DJ Dallas and Travis Homer have come in committee-wise, running the football for Seattle as well. Dallas, 3 for 21, and Homer, 1 for 26. Homer also has a catch for 27 yards out of the backfield. And Deontay Johnson, end-around run for 25 yards. That set up the first Steeler touchdown in the first half. Of course, Pittsburgh was up 14-0 at halftime. Now at the end of regulation, we're tied at 20, going to OT. Kalen Ballage has 2 carries for 15 yards rushing. Seattle and Pittsburgh receiving apiece. Tyler Lockett, 1 for 14. Will Dissly, 2 catches, 8 yards and a touchdown. Penny Hart, 1 for 12. Gerald Everett, 2 for 40 for the former Ram. Travis Homer, 1 for 27. DK Metcalf, 6 catches, 58 yards. And DJ Dallas also has 4 catches, 23 yards out of the backfield. 2 for 10 for Ebron receiving. James Washington, 1 for 9. Ray McLeod, 1 for 15. 6 catches apiece for Harris and Fryermuth for 46 and 56 yards, respectively receiving. Claypool, 2 for 17. Ray McLeod, 1 for 15, as mentioned. But Deontay Johnson leads Pittsburgh receiving. 9 catches, 71 yards. As we're tied at 20 at the end of regulation, about to go to overtime with the Seahawks and Steelers on Sunday Night Football in a Super Bowl 40 rematch tonight from Heinz Field in the Steel City, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below, that thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL, hashtag Seahawks, hashtag Steelers. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers. Always greatly appreciated. So the Seahawks win the toss. They want the football. They score a touchdown. They win. They kick a field goal. Steelers will have a chance. Next score wins it. They score a touchdown. It's a win. Field goal will go back and forth. Renegade for the first time 10-minute overtime period. Hope to God this game does not end in a tie. We're underway in overtime. Seahawks receiving from the 2 on the return, right to left across your television screen, radio and audio dial. And then a Steeler tackle at the 26-yard line, 1st and 10, Seattle from there. Need a big defensive stop now once again. Touchdown for the Seahawks wins it. Defense touchdown for the Steelers wins it. Force a field goal, you get the football. Field goal, of course, ties it up. You still play, but a touchdown then wins it at that point. If you hold, the next scorer in general will win. Whether that's a field goal by the Steelers or a touchdown if they can hold on defense. 1st and 10 officially from the 27-yard line as we begin overtime. 3rd overtime game of the day in the National Football League. We've had at least one overtime game every single week of the season thus far, a month and a half in. TJ Watt on a big stop in the backfield, 2nd down for the Seahawks. Tied at 20 for just now tuning in for overtime with the Seahawks and Steelers. Geno Smith looking to throw. Deep down the middle at midfield. Has a man caught. 1st down. Tyler Lockett.
What a pretty throw that was. Right over the head of Devin Bush there, who was sitting in a perfect position. And Geno just dropped it right over his head. Watch this. I mean, he's sitting there going, I got this one. And Geno put a little arc on it. Dropped it right in there.
Nice tackle by Cameron Sutton, who's had a quiet night. Whole Steeler secondary's had a quiet night, to be honest with you. From the 49, 1st and 10, handoff, Cameron Hayward right there to make the stop. Ironhead's son takes down DJ Dallas in the backfield.
Hayward, when you have your starter in there, when you have the backup in there, it is really difficult.
Iron sharpens iron, last I checked, right? Well, this Steeler defense needs to make a stand. 2nd and 14 from the 45. Out of the gun is Geno Smith back to his right. 2 receivers top, 2 receivers bottom of your screen. Play clock winding down, 8 minutes, now under 8 to play. Dump off to Dallas, 3rd and about 5 for the Seahawks. 7:15 counting. 3rd and 4 officially.
You're seeing the veteran presence, right? I mean, you got Geno Smith's been around the block. I'll take 3rd and 5.
Need a big stop. I know I've said that time and time again tonight, but they need the biggest stop right now of the season. As the Steelers are in a nickel defense. 3rd and 4 from the 45. We'll see how many they bring on the blitz. They're going to bring 4. TJ Watt gets to him on the sack back at the 42. And the Steelers force a punt. Seahawks going to have to give it back to the Steelers. Pittsburgh, the next score will win it, whether that's a field goal or a touchdown. Hell, special teams, maybe in a blocked punt, just like you had week 1 at Buffalo. TJ Watt with, as they've now as a team, sacked Geno Smith 5 times. TJ Watt brings them down. Ray-Ray McCloud on the return to the 20. It'll be 1st and 10 Steelers from there with 6:31 to play. And the next score, whether that's a Seahawks score or whether that's a Steelers score, the next score wins the game. We're tied at 20 on Sunday Night Football in overtime with the Seattle Seahawks and Pittsburgh Steelers. First and 10 from the 20. let's end this weekend on a high note and begin this next week with a good start with the Steelers winning overtime on Sunday Night Football at home. What do you say? Hand off Najee Harris. 5 yards for him, second down.
In the second half, Joe Haig, the veteran, came in to spell him.
I mean, this is where you test your philosophy, right?
Officially 4, second and 6. 6:06 and counting to play. Just like I said, hopefully this game does not end in a tie. From the 25. Pass complete to Freiermuth. And about 3 on the reception there. It'll be third down. You take a deep shot if you're Pittsburgh. Okay, they've gone to Ebron and Freiermuth. Just don't run a screen in the flat on fourth down like they did a few weeks ago. I mean, maybe a dump off over the middle. You know, they haven't gone to Deontay Johnson here lately. Claypool and James Washington have had quiet nights. 3rd and 4, empty set, 5 wide. Ben looking to throw pump fakes. We're going to roll out near side, gets rid of it, complete to Ray McLeod, and he's brought down, tackled right away. A yard short, it'll be 4th and 1, and the Steelers are going to have to punt. The Steelers are going to have to punt, and the Seahawks are getting the football back, and now we're under 5 to play in overtime, still with the next score winning. So neither offense can move the football. And you boom this football, Presley Harvin. You pin them deep and you make them drive if they want to beat you. Yeah, yards short, and they don't fake a punt by any means, especially like that. No way in hell. Big booming punt inside the 20. We'll see where they spot it at. Presley Harvin's blue suede shoes pins Seattle deep at the 15-yard line. They got 85 yards to go. Pittsburgh on defense. Once again, another big stop. Defensive touchdown. Win this game. Turnover. Get the ball back. Kick game-winning field goal. Both defenses bending but not breaking. But neither offense can do jack shit. Neither one of these teams want to lose tonight, and rightfully so. Because whoever does is going to fall to 2 and 4. Both teams right now fighting for position in their respective divisions. Still a lot of football left to be played, but right now, right on the edge of making it in the playoffs as a wild card. 1st and 10 from the 15 for the Seahawks. Fake the give. Pump fake by Geno Smith, and then a fumble. Steelers recover. Devin Bush on the fumble recovery. TJ Watt on the strip sack, and the Steelers recovery. They're in field goal range. Field goal wins it. You want to run it a few times, just don't, of course, turn it over. TJ Watt with the game of his life. Big Steeler defensive turnover. They're getting the ball back. And Devin Bush steps up and recovers it. Said earlier, well, the Seahawks hadn't turned it over yet. Well, they just did when the game's on the line. Was he down? I don't think so. Oh, that ball's out by a mile. Okay. And the Steelers recover. Yeah, no. And that was one play in. A simple play action. He pump fakes, and then he steps up, and then Watt just punches out. Steelers recover. You want to run it, get Boswell lined up for a game-winning kick if you don't score a touchdown before then, and win this game at home in overtime. As we strike midnight here on the East Coast. Next score will once again win this game, and the Steeler defense steps the hell up when they need it to. Run this football. Run it down their fucking throat. 1st and 10 from the 15. And Ben's actually just going to, lose a few. Going to slide and set Boswell up middle of the field. So he has a, not necessarily going to say a chip shot to kick this right down the middle. But, yeah, run this clock. They're going to wait another play or two. Let's go. Ben's going to take a knee right now. Okay. So from the 20, here come the field goal unit. Chris Boswell, number 9, for a game-winning overtime field goal to win it at home on Sunday Night Football against the Seattle Seahawks. TJ Watt, the MVP of the game. Steelers win this. What a play is right. That is why they paid him before the season started. Boswell, good from 27 and 52. This from 37 for the win, and the Steelers win it in overtime on Sunday night. In overtime, 23-20 against the Seattle Seahawks. Hell yeah. Yes. They found a way to win late. They did what they needed to do, and the defense made a stand. Got a turnover, and the Steelers winning on a game-winning Boswell kick to cap off Week 6. Still got Monday Night Football tomorrow night, technically not today, as we have, of course, post-game handshakes with coaches and players. Mike Tomlin, Pete Carroll, Roethlisberger, and Russell Wilson, who did not play tonight. Geno Smith played well. Of course, turned it over late when he shouldn't have. That cost him the game, but TJ Watt, your MVP. Like I said, no wonder they paid him $100 million before the season started. Highest paid defensive player in the league right now. And the Steelers get to the bye week at 3-3. They're 500. They'll play in 2 weeks at Cleveland on Halloween. That was the play of the game. Hell, maybe the play of the week. Hell, this might have been the game of the week, even without Russell Wilson playing. With how this game went, I mean, Steelers almost blew it, for God's sakes. Up 14 at the half. Seattle storms back in the second with their running game that Pittsburgh couldn't stop, couldn't run it themselves on offense. And then we go to overtime at 20. Had a little delay there late in the fourth with an injury. Hopefully he's okay. Took him to the hospital. And, of course, a little controversy there with if there was any time left to force overtime. Seahawks kick a game-tying field goal to force overtime. They lost. And they go 3-and-out, half the punt. The Steelers go 3-and-out, half the punt. One play later, TJ Watt with a strip sack. Steelers recover. And as TJ Watt punched it out, Devin Bush recovered it. Steelers set up Boswell for a 37-yard game-winning field goal in overtime at home tonight on Sunday Night Football. And the Pittsburgh Steelers defeat the Seattle Seahawks 23-20. Seattle will be in primetime again next week on a Monday night, hosting the Saints, who are off this week. So Saints, Seahawks, next Monday Night Football. Tomorrow night, though, technically now tonight, as we're past midnight here on the East Coast again, wrapping up Sunday Night Football, second straight week. At least we wouldn't have that weather delay here at halftime like we did last week. But it'll be Bills-Titans tomorrow. Next Monday, close out October on Monday Night Football. It'll be Saints and Seahawks. Okay? Now, the Steelers at 3-3 as the Seahawks fall to 2-4 on the year. Russell Wilson going to be out a few more weeks with that finger injury that he had surgery on. His right middle finger in a cast, did not play tonight. Geno Smith played well, 23-32, 209 and a touchdown, but turned it over when the game was on the line. The Steelers capitalized and won it with a game-winning field goal in overtime. Steelers get to 3-3, though, especially after the way the Steelers started this year. Okay, 1-0, defeated Buffalo on the road week 1, a 3-game losing streak. Now they've won 2 in a row. They're 3-3. The bye week comes at a perfect time. They go to Cleveland on Halloween at 1 o'clock in 2 weeks' time. Live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. Then be sure to like, follow, and subscribe as always on social media. Links in the description below. Michelle Tafoya now with an interview with TJ Watt as he made the play of the game. The Steeler defense stepped the hell up when they had to, and they made stops after the first few drives by the Seahawks in the second half. they scored touchdowns and got back in this game, and it didn't look good there for a second. Hell, it didn't even look good as we went to overtime. But the Steelers, they found a way to win, and that's all that matters, because all anybody ever remembers, as mentioned earlier, is whether you won or lost. They'll look back at this game, you know, whenever down the line, and well, the Steelers won in overtime 23-20. That's a win. And they get to 3-3 with back-to-back home wins now. So they're able to win at home and on the road. They still got to find a better running game, though, with Najee Harris. But the bye week, like I said, comes at a perfect time. They go to Cleveland in 2 weeks, and then they get another home primetime game for their next home game mid-November on a Monday night with the Bears coming to town, and then the Lions as well. So honestly, they go to LA to take on the Chargers right before Thanksgiving, and then go to Cincinnati, who they lost to a couple weeks ago, right after Thanksgiving. So if they can get to December, just a little over a month from now, which is hard to believe, holidays are right around the corner already. They're 500-3-3 now with the win. Still a lot of football to be played. If they can once again just keep trucking along, and I get, okay, you're probably not going to win every game. You're not going to start 11-0 like you did last year. But they started 11-0 last year for a reason, even without able to run the football. Well, no whole lot has changed. They still can't really run the football. That's got to be more balanced and more consistent. Found a way to win, though, late. Another team win. Defense stepped up when they needed to, and one game at a time. One game at a time. They get to the bye week at 3-3, 500 again here, with wins at Buffalo, wins against the Denver Broncos and Seattle Seahawks. Got an injury update on Darrell Taylor, who was taken to the hospital. He's alert. He's got use of all his extremities, so he seems like he'll be okay. As that, of course, was a little scary. That's why you never, as mentioned earlier, want to boo an injured player on the field, whether you think they're actually injured or not, because you never know how bad it is. I'll leave that at that. But, no, tonight, Pittsburgh sitting pretty, honestly. The AFC North's tough. The top two teams play each other next week, though, with the Bengals and Ravens. And then the Steelers play at the Browns in 2 weeks' time, following their bye week. And then it really gets into the thick of it in the AFC North in December and into January. But it's still one game at a time. The standard's a standard. So, one thing, one play, one drive, one game at a time. They found a way to win tonight. Steelers win in overtime, 23-20. So, of course, I'm happy. I'll sleep well tonight. Hopefully the rest of Steeler Nation will as well. Thanks for tuning in and listening, as always. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Go in Luke 96. No, they found a way to win late. Offensively, though, they got to find a better running game. Got to be more balanced and more consistent running the football. Ben still, once again, can't do it all by himself. Roethlisberger did, in fact, finish, 29-40, 229 in the air, a touchdown. Got sacked once, but the Steeler defense did sack Geno Smith 5 times. And then that fumble late. Both teams did have a turnover, one fumble apiece. Seahawks couldn't capitalize earlier off the Steelers. That was a challenge, if everybody remembers that. But then the Steelers capitalized off the Seahawks fumble and pick up the win in overtime on a game-winning 37-yard field goal once again by Chris Boswell. So the third overtime game of the day here, Week 6 in the NFL. Third time to charm for the home team, as both the Vikings and Cowboys won on the road in OT earlier today. It all began this morning. Well, actually, Week 6 began on Thursday with the Buccaneers defeating the Eagles, as mentioned. But we were across the pond earlier in London, England, in the UK from Tottenham Stadium with the Jaguars winning on a 53-yard game-winning kick by a former Steeler and Matthew Wright to defeat the Dolphins, as Urban Meyer picked up his first NFL win, Jaguars' first win of the season and first win since Week 1 of last year as well, snapping a 20-game skid. And we'll, once again, as always, continue to recap the NFL, along college football and the NFL, however you want to put it, in whatever order. Tomorrow night, once again, with Monday Night Football and Monday Night Raw live watch along reactions, so be sure to tune in then. As for the most part, yeah, we recapped everything earlier, both college and NFL. Previewed next week in NFL as well. Did not preview week 8 though in college, so we'll get to that tomorrow. But we'll do it all once again as we always do anyway. But yeah, Roethlisberger, if they find a running game, if they can get out of this 3-game losing slump, the 3-game losing streak that they're on now, winning 2 in a row, make it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Who knows down the line? If not more, if not less, we'll see what happens. Of course, it's why they play the games. Not decided on paper, decided on the field. It's one game at a time. And once again, in overtime, the Steelers win it 23-20 at home on Sunday Night Football against the Seahawks. But, we'll see what gives. I'm sure something will, as always. They wrap up on NFL Sunday Night Football on NBC. What shall we turn on? ESPN for SportsCenter with, I'm sure, Scott Van Pelt ain't tired yet. Or should we turn on NFL Network and watch NFL Game Day Final? They're showing some highlights on ESPN with the Seahawks and Steelers. And now we'll turn on NFL Game Day Final. I normally watch Game Day Final Sunday nights after, of course, all the NFL games get over with, and then I watch NFL Primetime or NFL Rewind, whatever the hell it's called now, on ESPN the next day. Of course, getting ready for Monday Night Football then as well. And then Primetime with Boomers on ESPN Plus, which I can watch that on there too if I want. But we'll be watching highlights from most of these games, even though we've already seen them already, as always. But yeah, Steelers on offense, more balanced, consistent in general offense. They did go to tight ends more tonight, which is a good thing. Got to find a more consistent running game though with Harris. If they can find that with 22, Johnson stepped up as the number 1 receiver. Of course, Juju done for the year now with an injury following last week against the Broncos, but just keep chipping away at it. Get to the bye week, get healthy, come out, and then it's going to be a long stretch, no doubt about it. They'll have, as I count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more home games, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more away games. As they're 3-3, so that's 6, and 11 makes 17 for an 18-week, 17-game NFL regular season. So that is correct. So it's pretty even down the stretch. Like I said earlier, 3-3 now, 500 at the bye week, go on the road in 2 weeks, and then it's 2 home games, 2 road games. And then it's home away, home away, home away to mid-January before the playoffs. But the Steelers and the AFC North, everybody's probably going to take each other out all over the place anyways. They always do. But AFC North's a little bit better this year because the Bengals are playing some damn good football. The Browns are playing some damn good football again. Going back to that Bengal loss, turnovers killed them that game. Because Ben doesn't throw those 2 interceptions. Boswell makes the field goal that he missed that week. They win by 3, 13-10, and they're 4-2, not 3-3 right now. The Raider game, when Gruden was still the head coach, week 2, it was a long passing touchdown in the late quarters there. 4 straight games they gave up a late passing touchdown on defense. I was expecting the same tonight. Seattle really didn't go deep, though, with Geno Smith to DK Metcalf or Tyler Lockett for a deep ball touchdown by any means at all, which was a bit of a surprise. Russell Wilson would have, but he's not playing. He's injured. But still, like I said, Smith didn't play that bad. He didn't. They were able to run the ball in the second half to get back in it. Collins finished 20 carries, 101 yards on the ground, and a touchdown. But then, even the defense and special teams making stops, defense came alive late in the game tonight, and that's how the Steelers won. You play Pittsburgh Steelers defense. Defense still wins you championships, folks. No doubt about it. It does. Whether everybody believes anymore that it does or doesn't, it still does. Defense will win you championships. Offense can score points. Defense can score points, though, too, last I checked. Defense wins you championships. You got to be able to run the ball, play action, play good defense, rely on your special teams. Boswell with a few field goals tonight. One from 27, one from 52, and the game winner from 37 yards out. And the Steelers won it overtime at home once again tonight on Sunday Football, defeating the Seattle Seahawks, who dropped to 2-4. Pittsburgh now at 3-3, 500 going to the bye week, 23-20. Your final score is the Steelers win. So here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Of course, take the W. Win's a win, no doubt about it. Big win as well. Just seal it. The way they played, of course, 1-3 now, 1-2 in a row, 3-3, bye week. Ain't gonna get any easier though. Pittsburgh Steelers have to find a running game with Najee Harris. I've said it all season long. I'll continue to say it until they find one. They sort of found it last week, but like I said earlier, it's like they got to the top of the mountain, but now they want to start back at the bottom. It has to be consistent. You got to keep going up. Okay? Success is at the top. The shit's at the bottom. Steelers have to find a more consistent running game if they're going to want to win more football games this year, plain and simple. Defense is there, you know it. Those 3 losses, yeah, okay, they gave up more points than what they scored, and they lost in the end. They really didn't play well those games. The 3 wins, defense plays extremely well. I mean, even the losses, they played well. They just got beat. They gave up a big play late, or they turned it over on offense, or something didn't go their way. But moving forward, Pittsburgh has to find a more consistent running game, plain and simple, if, in fact, they want to continue to win. Defense is there. They'll hold it down and play steel curtain. Defense, no doubt about it. But big win, great game. 14-0 at halftime. Seattle stormed back in the third. It was 17-14. We go to overtime at 20. Of course, a little controversy if there's any time left, as mentioned at the end of regulation, before they kicked the game-tying field goal to force OT. Seahawks received, 3 and out. Pittsburgh with 3 and out. 1 play later, strip sack by T.J. Watt. Game winner. And Chris Boswell wins it on a game-winning 37-yard field goal in overtime for the Pittsburgh Steelers to win, to head on into the bye week at 500, 3-3, and win tonight at home on Sunday Night Football, defeating the Seattle Seahawks once again, 23-20. So that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coolhand Luke 96. As always, thank you for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below with that thumbs up button. Share. Hopefully you'll tune in tomorrow night for more live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube as well for NFL Monday Night Football with the Bills and Titans, along with WWE Monday Night Raw this upcoming weekend as well. WWE Crown Jewel on a Thursday, this coming October the 21st, Thursday at noon Eastern. Next weekend in college football as well. Illinois, Penn State for the Nittany Lions homecoming Generations Greatness matchup against the Fighting Illini. Steelers on a bye. We'll see what NFL contest I do live watch along reactions play-by-play of live right here on YouTube. But be sure to subscribe right here on the channel. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media is the way to stay up to date. That's how you'll find out. And at least for Pittsburgh Steelers football, see everybody in 2 weeks on Halloween from a spooky, but, well, we'll see how the Browns are. They're 3-3 right now as well, losing at home against the Cardinals earlier today. We'll be at home with Baker Mayfield in 2 weeks. That'll be the next time I have live watch-along reactions live right here on YouTube of the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers. But once again, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. The Steelers at home here tonight on Sunday Night Football in overtime. Once again, defeat the Seattle Seahawks on a game-winning 37-yard field goal by Chris Boswell by a final score now, once again, of 23-20. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. 3-3, entering the bye week. Brownies in 2 weeks on Halloween. See if the Steelers can walk into the dog pound and maybe put a few down. But, no. Shouldn't have said that. Dogs are the best animal out there. Got a few myself. Adopt, don't shop, as they say. Make sure they're all comfortable as we all, of course, go to bed now. Happy as can be. We'll sleep tight with the Steelers' 23-20 win at home once again on Sunday Night Football in overtime. 37-yard game-winning Chris Boswell field goal. 23-20, the Steelers win it in overtime against the Seattle Seahawks.